Good Saturday, everyone, and welcome to the fourth round of the chess Olympiad. Today, Sweden is going up against Albania. Albania has had an up and down tournament so far. They won 4-0 in 2 matches, but then they lost 4-0 against Israel as well. So 4-0 results only for them. Let's hope for another one today, because Sweden are coming into this quite a significant favorite. Anna with the black pieces is playing against Claire Chaku and Pia, also with the black pieces. She's playing against Clean Sukya. I must admit, my Albanian is a bit rusty, but this is the best I can do. In other news, the Swedish team in the open section managed an amazing result when they beat... Yeah, I forgot who they beat, but they beat someone good. And that's great, because the Swedish team in the open section is not that good themselves. So, well done, Sweden. Okay, so the first day we had a 23-minute delay. Second day it was 8 minutes. Yesterday it was a 10-minute delay. The games are supposed to start in 2 minutes, but I think based on prior experience that's not gonna be happening. Some of you may have caught that Magnus almost lost his game. In fact, when Magnus arrived at the venue, he thought he had already defaulted his game because he was more than 15 minutes late, arriving on a city bicycle, thinking that was smarter than finding a car to drive him. So the drama from the Chess Olympiad is already delivering. The games start when Magnus gets there? Well, if that was the case, we would never get started. Magnus, best bike rider? I'm sure he's decent on a bike, but as he admitted himself in an interview with chess.com, his navigational skills are lacking. And I think that was the main issue right there. I actually have gone orientation. Is that what it's called in English? It sounds like very Norwegian, but I think that's actually the name. Norway is like the best in orientation. But yeah, Magnus, not one of them. And I have done it with Magnus, but let's just say I was in charge of the map. Orienteering? Well, that is very Norwegian. Oh, is that actually what it's called? Because that's like the literal Norwegian word. It makes sense that we're good at it if we made the English word for it as well. Hammer covering Sweden, are you defecting your country? I got bribed, what can I say? Or did Norway steal the English word? Trust me. Trust me. English is the one who took the Norwegian one. The structure of the word fits way better in Norwegian than in English. Anna's opponent is born in 2010? Oh my god, Mike. Coming in with the clutch info. Ooh, and S coming in with the 11-month prime. Let's go. (2010). I mean, I remember when I thought kids born in 1994 were young. They're freaking 30 now. Anna's got this one. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, I'm on Pia's game right now. Pia's facing a women's Fide master, but Pia outrates her by 400 points. So feeling confident about that one. Anna. I was feeling confident about Anna's game until I learned her opponent was, barely a teenager. That it always makes you a little bit nervous when the opponents are super young. You make the assumption that, they're probably better than their rating. And that's not always the case, I have to say. But it is a human thing to fear the ego dent that is being defeated by someone who, doesn't know how the world works. Okay, so we're officially delayed today. But the question is for how long? Yesterday it was only 10 minutes, so I guess we're hoping it's similar. The normal assumption that the delays get smaller and smaller as you get further and further into the tournament has not really been the case here so far. She has a Wikipedia page. We're in trouble. That I have a question about that. So I didn't know this was a thing, but this is what Twitch chat taught me like 7 years ago. Apparently, the pinnacle of fame is having a wiki page. How long has that been a thing? Oh my god, we're only 4 minutes delayed. Oh, and the moves are coming in at a ridiculous pace. Okay, we're gonna have to go back there a little bit to catch up. Okay. So, pawn to e4, classic king pawn opening. Anna plays the Sicilian. And I've talked about this previously, but with the black pieces against the queen's pawn, she plays the queen's gambit decline, the most old school, old-fashioned strategic way of playing. And then against the king pawn opening, she plays the four knights Sicilian, which is like the craziest unorthodox, based on tactics, no strategy whatsoever kind of opening. And I will keep mentioning this fact as long as she keeps playing these openings, because my feeling is Anna is better in strategic positions, and also just, she shouldn't get into too complicated stuff just because, she likes to calculate. And the rest of us don't like when she calculates because, that means she's not going to have any time remaining. But in any case, I think from a time management perspective also, it would be good if she played, calmer openings. But that's a different story. The fact is, whether you're like a super tactical craziness player or a boring classic old school player, you can't play both of these openings at the same time. Because you're probably one or the other. It doesn't make sense that you're doing both at the same time. Okay, anyway. Rant done. We did speak... Anna did play this same opening in her first round game. And we did talk a bit about the Sicilians' strategic foundation, which is that when white plays the move pawn to d4, which is considered the only really critical way of trying to punish black's opening, black does get a trade with a pawn in towards the middle and is left with a 2 versus 1 central majority. So there are strategic elements in the Sicilian as well. The problem is just you're a bit slower getting your pieces into the game, and white has a tendency of trying to punish you for that. Hence the Sicilians' kind of combative reputation. How do you know if you're a positional or tactical player? It is impossible to know until you reach a certain level, and frankly, having a chess community or a chess coach or someone to guide you just a little bit. You don't need to kind of talk to them regularly, but just having someone where you discuss your games and discuss kind of what you're good at, what you're bad at, and then trying to think about what kind of openings would suit you based on your... I say style, but when you're starting out, you don't really have a style, but you have preferences, and you have certain things you do better than other things, and then maybe you should let that affect some of your choices. It's a very difficult thing. I'm not doubting that, but the thing is, Anna has pretty good guidance in her immediate support system that can guide her in the right direction, much more than a random new chess player online. So the two-facedness of her openings kind of surprised me, given the guidance she has access to. That being said, as she has said herself, her dad is quite an aggressive player. Pia is more of a calm positional player. And maybe she's like playing one opening in honor of her mom and one opening in honor of her dad, and then it kind of confuses matters. But in any case, let's move on. Knight to f3 attacks the pawn. If the pawn advances to attack the knight, that's actually a terrible mistake, because the queen can move out and both give a check on the king and attack the pawn, winning a very important central pawn, and with it, probably the game. So instead, white moves their knight out to defend. Knight to c6. This is the 4-knight Sicilian. This is the same opening Anna played with in round 1 of this same Olympiad. It has a slightly tricky reputation because now you can trade the knights and then push the pawn forward. And this becomes a really, really tricky position for both parties. Yeah, it can be problematic for black, because even though you get a good square for the knight in the center temporarily, so does white, and white is in a position to chase this knight away. But that was not played here today. Instead, knight to b5 sees the knight going after the d6 square. And here, Anna prevents the knight from going in here, supported by the queen, by going pawn to d6, expanding the scope of her own queen to the d6 square. Her opponent charges against this pawn immediately. In order to avoid this, black needs to continue pushing their pawns forward, kick the bishop out, but now the square d5 is an important one, because now you no longer have any pawns that can keep that square under control. You do have an important knight controlling that though. However, with the next move, the bishop starts attacking the knight, causing some concern that white's knights will invade using this d5 square and then their continued journey towards the c7 square afterwards. After pawn to a6, the knight gets kicked back, so that's good. But after the knight retreats, the square on d5 remains an issue, and in fact, this position has transposed. And that is the word we use when an opening has become a different opening based on the situation on the board, but you can get to the same situation on the board through different move orders. So what we have now, this is no longer a 4-knight Sicilian, this is now a Sveshnikov Sicilian. And that is not to be confused with the Kalashnikov weapon, although the Kalashnikov is also a chess opening, as it happens. So this is the Sveshnikov, and it has the main thing here is the square on d5, and whether white is able to establish themselves on this d5 square for the long run. Didn't Anna say she hates the Sveshnikov? I am not familiar with all her comments on different openings, but if she hates the Sveshnikov, she shouldn't be playing the Sveshnikov. It's not like you can go into the game and be like, oh, I had no choice but to go for the opening I hated. Yeah, you did have a choice. You have like 5 different decent moves on every single opportunity. So if she does hate the Sveshnikov, I don't think she should be playing this opening. But that is a discussion for after the game. She said it in a recent tournament. Okay, yeah, well, that is somewhat inconsistent then. Hammer complaining about Anna's choice after 5 minutes. I played the Sveshnikov myself for like half a year. It wasn't a very long time. It wasn't a fruitful relationship, but it's one of the most important openings to experiment with, because it's so interesting in its imbalance, right? Black is taking on a lot of weaknesses, but relying on their piece play to compensate for things looking very ugly. So it's a super interesting opening. It's good to play, to be a bit familiar with and get some understanding of piece play in chess. But if you've already decided that you don't like the opening, I'm just saying, maybe don't play it. You tried it, you didn't like it. Next logical step is stop playing it. Okay. Pawn to b5. This is the correct move. Right now, black is threatening to attack both the knights. White fixes this by moving the knight forward, avoiding the potential fork. Now the knight cannot be captured because of the pressure white's bishop levies against the black queen. So the move here is bishop to e7. That's good. Anna knew about that. Now, in order to keep the knight here, because right now black is threatening to capture that knight, which would be a bit of a disaster. This is the one good piece that white is relying on, and white has taken on a terrible knight on the edge of the board in order to get this well-placed knight in the center. So bishop takes knight. This is the right move because it takes out the black piece that could challenge in the center. Anna recaptures with her bishop. Pawn to c3. Okay. This is classic play. The knight wants to get away from the edge of the board, trying to get in towards the center. Now, you can play this kind of positions in many different ways. I can't remember how I used to do it. as I recall, I used to do something like castles, bishop here, and then bishop back. It's been a while since I played this stuff. Anna plays bishop to g5, which it makes sense because one of your main plans here as black is trying to move your knight back to attack this very strong white piece in the middle, right? But if you do that immediately, the white knight can trade for the black bishop, giving black doubled pawns and also kind of opening up in the area where you want to castle your king and have your king safe. So a standard plan is moving the bishop like Anna did, and then going knight to e7 to challenge the knight in the center. However, Anna has played castles instead, and she's playing very quickly. So, I mean, based on her pace and her prior history, we know that whenever she's playing quickly, she's in her preparation. But I must admit, I thought this was considered inaccurate because white can now challenge this bishop. The pawn cannot be captured because then white gets to open up for both the rook and the queen down towards the black king. And so you have to move the bishop back instead. And then there's something about pawn to g4 and white just launches an early attack. I thought this was considered pretty good for white, but Anna went into this wholeheartedly without thinking too much. So maybe she must have had this prepared. And like computer says, it's about equal. It's a really tricky, complicated position. So it's not a disaster by any means. But so she goes into this, and instead of challenging the bishop, which is considered the trickiest way of playing with the white pieces, Claire, she just plays bishop to e2. And this doesn't challenge black's idea, I would say, at all. And now, in addition, if I do something like bishop to e6, increasing the pressure in towards the center, white has even missed out on this idea pawn to h4. Because now I can actually take that pawn, because the queen doesn't have access to come to the king's side and attack, because the white bishop is standing in the path of its own queen. Okay, I know it's early days, but I'm close to saying that the opening has been a success already. Bishop to e6 on the board. Anna only took 3 minutes for that move, even though it was not in her preparation, which is a good sign. And next move, she's gonna go knight to e7, and basically everything she's doing now is gonna revolve around regaining control of this d5 square, where white has been allowed to establish a pretty well-placed knight for the time being. Does she want to play pawn to f5? Yes. Not right now, but in the future. And she would like to play pawn to g6 first. So this is kind of similar to the King's Indian opening, where you want to have a support pawn and then push the next one up. Because you want to be able to, if there's a trade between the pawns, you want to be able to recapture with your pawn. so that you get this nice central control with both the pawns being adjacent to one another. Are we expected to win this round? Yes. Maybe not Anna herself, but the team as a whole are big favorites. Is Anna watching the stream while playing? No. You're not allowed to bring any sort of electronic devices to the venue when you're playing the Chess Olympiad. In fact, you're not even allowed to bring your analog watches for reasons passing my understanding. But people are very what's the word? Oh, I forgot the word. Paranoid is a good word. It's not the one I was looking for, but paranoid is a good one. Okay, I'm expecting Anna to go knight to e7. Oh, I couldn't even do the arrow because she made the move already as I was doing the arrow. Okay, I'm happy with the start so far. This has been a good start. Would Hammer win against Anna plus advice from the chat? I think you are unfamiliar with the term many cooks. Okay, there's something, there is a thing about, a saying about cooks. And basically, if I had to get advice from chat, I wouldn't stand a chance. Anyone getting advice from chat wouldn't stand a chance. Many cooks make light work. Is that the saying? I just know the Norwegian version. Many cooks spoil the broth. Wow. It seems like you're the one who's unfamiliar with the phrase. I'm unfamiliar with the English phrase, but I know it in Norwegian, and I know that it's a pretty universal thing. Wow, in Sweden, it's the more cooks, the worse soup. And in English, it also has to do with soup via broth. But in Norwegian, it's just more cooks, more mess. Which makes more sense to me than whatever this soup fetish is. No soup for you? Yeah, apparently we're not that soup based in Norway. Which is weird because, you know, the further north, the more soup, I would think. I don't know. Computer did not recommend knight to e7. Are you critiquing me for saying that the best move in the position is the one Anna made? Or are you critiquing me for having a different opinion to the computer? Because you're allowed to do that. You don't have to just sit here and repeat what the computer is saying. I'm allowed to think for myself. Okay, knight to e7 played. Claire makes the trade. So her reasoning behind making the trade is that If she had just castled, Anna would have played bishop takes the supporting knight, and then after the recapture, she would go queen up here to b6. And here, black would have 1, 2 good pieces controlling this important d5 square, and white would be unable to get their piece back here, because going back would just result in a trade where this pawn actually becomes a bit of a weakness, because it's easy for black to target in towards it. So in order to get to have a knight in the center instead of this pawn, Claire goes for the trade between the knights. But after the queen recaptured, now obviously she's going to go knight to d5. I don't expect her to spend too much time on this either, because, well, that's the only reason she went with this knight trade to begin with. She has to avoid this bishop takes knight, because right now the only weakness in black's position is the d5 square, and the only piece in a situation that can exploit that weakness is the knight. And then unless you push the knight up here right now, black is just going to capture it, eliminating the only thing that could cause trouble. So knight to d5 is going to be played, attacking the queen. And here the key is queen to b7. The queen and bishop will work together, pointing towards the d5 square. And now white is not in a position to reinforce that protection. White would love to play queen up and then rook behind, because then if any trade happened, white would still be able to recapture with a piece on the d5 square. And having a piece here is very, very nice for white. In the future, you could potentially even get your bishop here. And the power of this positioning is that there are no black pawns that can position themselves to challenge such a placement. But moving back to this queen to b7 position, white is not allowed to make 2 moves in a row. And if you do go queen to d3, preparing for the rook to get involved as well, then Anna will make the capture in the center. And the key here is, after all of the trades, white ends up having a pawn where they wanted to have a rook or a bishop. And in fact, now this pawn will be blocking the bishop's plans of trying to influence the game. Having this white pawn, even though it's inside black's half, is actually very detrimental to white's position, because the pawn is, well, it's blocking the rook from influencing down the d file, it's blocking the bishop on the f3 b7 diagonal, and it's also blocking the bishop if the bishop wanted to try and point down towards the black king. And here, even though black has a bishop on the dark squares, white has a bishop on the light squares, normally such a situation with the bishops unable to challenge each other would lead to a draw. But here, this is actually very advantageous for black, partly because of the move pawn to e4, where black can advance with their 4 versus 3 on the left side of the board. But in addition, how the black bishop then, in the future, if we just make some moves here, we could see a situation arise. Let me just make some. We can imagine something like this. This feels sensible-ish. And white is kind of stuck. White has no better moves to make. And black just advances their pawns, challenges the one on c3. And because of all this pressure black has, white has to just move their pawn forward. But now the black bishop, it has tremendous influence on the diagonal. And in fact, the computers feel this is a winning position for black, despite the bishops being opposite color, despite the queens being traded off. Black is winning due to the extreme difference between this bishop, that's just a monster pointing down towards the white queen side, whereas white's bishop is being blocked by its own pawn here, and the black pawns here are also doing a great job of making sure that the bishop cannot get involved there. So this is a very typical endgame for the Sveshnikov Sicilian. So the opening has been a tremendous success so far, and Anna might be taking this 2010 born player into the endgame. And that was a big success against the last kid, and there's no need to change a winning strategy. I am surprised knight to d5 is not on the board yet, though. In the meantime, Pia is getting absolutely crushed in her game. Let's go take a look at that. Pia's latest move has gotten a question mark. Computer feels Pia's opponent is almost winning already. And Pia is yet to get her king to safety. And Pia's opponent has nicely placed pawns in the center, in towards the and also a space advantage there with one of the pawns inside Pia's half. Let's take a look on how this happened. This game, just like Anna's, was a Sicilian defense. But here, where Anna plays the move pawn to pawn to e6, Pia also does. But after pawn to d4, if Clean did the same as Claire on the other board, then Pia would do this pawn to a6. So Pia, she plays like the same first two moves of the Sicilian as Anna, but she goes in a different direction later on. We didn't get to test that though, because here the Albanian player played pawn to c3, trying to support the d4 square in order to get two pawns in the middle early on. Pia responds by challenging the e4 pawn. That pawn advances, pushing the knight again. The knight moves, and here the pawn just pushes forward. White has good pawns in the center of the board here initially. A trade between the pawns happen, and then Pia challenges in towards the middle. So far, so good, in my opinion. Bishop out puts pressure on the knight. The knight doesn't want to be traded for the bishop because there is some concern that after this trade, White will have an easy time going after the d5 pawn. So Pia decides to move her knight for that reason. Her opponent then has to move the bishop that's under attack. And here Pia chooses bishop to d7. And computer did not like this plan. And Pia actually ends up here playing that bishop 3 moves in a row. The bishop kind of wiggles itself out to the c6 square. This feels okay, right? Because the bishop finds a long diagonal, pointing down towards the white knight on f3. And like if white had their pawn one step further back, this would be obviously bad, because then the bishop's influence would be blocked by the pawn. But because this pawn has made it so far up the board, this seems like a sensible way of playing. And she also has really nice control of the d5 square, which is an important square, just like in Anna's game, just for the opposite reason. In Anna's game, it's important because it's a square that black cannot control with any of their pawns. But here, d5 is an important square for black because white doesn't have any pawns that can control that square. So this is a potential outpost. After queen to e2, Pia then makes the decision to trade her bishop, move it a third time in a row, trade the bishop for the knight. And that, I gotta say, I do not agree with that decision. Giving up a bishop like that, that is not respecting the bishop pair, which I'm all about. After queen recaptures, Pia's idea was that white no longer has a knight, or really any piece, to give protection to the d4 square. But white addresses this by playing bishop to b5, putting pressure on the knight, but also putting pressure on the king. The knight then is not allowed to capture the pawn in the center because of the pressure towards the king. And Pia ends up playing pawn to d5, which does get the question mark, but it also gets my frustration here. Because now the thing that was great about black's position was your option of trying to use the d5 square for your pieces, because this square could not be attacked by the white pawns. And in fact, once again, it's similar to Anna's position, where Anna is trying to provoke a situation where her opponent ends up getting a pawn on the square where she wants to have a queen, a rook, or a bishop. And it's the same thing here. This square, Pia would like to have her knight or her, well, now long lost bishop. The knight or the bishop would have been great on this square. But she ends up, because of the pressure on the diagonal towards the knight and the queen and bishop working together towards that common cause, Pia felt it necessary to go pawn to d5, closing down the queen's pressure, but in doing so, taking away her option of utilizing that d5 square for one of her pieces in the future. And Computer is very unhappy, saying that white has a sizable advantage already in this game. Cleverino, thank you for the 19-month sub. Let's go. Looks like a Caro-Kann setup at the moment. It kind of looks like a French, but a French where you got rid of your bad bishop. And so that makes it sound like this could be a good thing for black, because the French without the bad French bishop, it sounds better than having the French with the bad bishop. But the reality of the situation here is the advanced French variation is based on getting a lot of pressure against this d4 pawn really early on. And one of the methods you use is moving the queen out to help increase that pressure. But the queen cannot get out here because this knight is standing in the way. And in fact, this knight is very poorly placed, struggling to find its role in the position. And there's also a concern that if Pia tries to move her bishop out and castle, her opponent can go queen to g3, attack down towards the black pawn, and if Pia then tries to get her king to safety, there's the move bishop to h6, a classic theme where the bishop cannot be captured because of the pressure from the queen on the king. But because of the pawn on e5, you're not able to move your own bishop out and lend support to the checkmate threat, because, well, that's just going to get captured. And so you end up with the only way to protect is by moving the pawn forward, but then you've opened up for your opponent's bishop to take your rook. And what does that mean? Well, it means that getting the bishop out is a challenge, because if you do it, you leave the pawn on g7 undefended, and if white attacks that, well, then you're struggling to get your king to safety. You can move the pawn one step forward, but then white can try and move their bishop out here on the king's side, controlling the f8 square, which means you're not allowed to castle at this stage. You cannot castle if your king is in check, if your king lands on a square that puts it in check, nor are you allowed to castle even if your king just passes a square that's under control from the enemy. And, well, let's just say if you can't castle your king here, that's going to be a long-term concern for the safety. So yeah, Pia is officially in trouble. Isn't it better to sacrifice a bishop than giving up a whole rook? No, it's not, because if you give up the rook, you're going to be able to capture the opponent's bishop. So it's better to give up, it's better to get a bishop and lose your rook than just losing your bishop outright. Let's check in with Anna, because she is playing a perfect Sveshnikov game so far. I don't know what you guys are talking about with her hating the Sveshnikov, but she's done everything right so far. And I was a bit surprised here, because her opponent made the trade between the knights and then moved her queen up. If she wanted to do this plan, I think she should have moved her queen up first. In any case, knight takes knight, queen takes back. I thought the idea was to get the next knight to the d5 square immediately. Instead, Claire has played queen to d3. We talked about this, how it allows the rook to come in afterwards, and then you're going to get to establish your knight on this very important d5 square. But in the Sveshnikov is like one of those openings where breaking the rules is an everyday occurrence, which is why the Sveshnikov is not something you should try out as your first opening. First, you gotta learn the general rules of strategic chess before you play the opening. Just breaks every rule. But here, for instance, you're not usually supposed to give up a bishop for a knight without creating a weakness in your opponent's pawn formation. But this is the exception. If you do not capture this knight, the knight may establish itself on this beautiful d5 square where black has no pawns to chase it away. So therefore here, you are supposed to give up your bishop for the knight. And Anna did do just that and gets a green star for her trouble. Her opponent recaptures, and now black has full control of the d5 square. If white ever were to try and maneuver over here, number one, that would be very time consuming, and number two, you would still have the bishop here to help keep things under control. Or you could go pawn to d5. This is fine. This is fine. The thing is, so this makes perfect sense, and it's a great way of getting a draw. But here, white has a bishop that's on the light squares, and they have a central pawn that's also on the light squares. So while pawn to d5 is a great way of getting rid of what is known as a backward pawn, a pawn that technically does have an adjacent pawn to defend it, but the adjacent pawn is so much further up the board that it cannot defend backwards. Hence the phrase, the term, backward pawn. Pawn to d5 does a great job of trading off really black's only pawn weakness in the position. But the disadvantage of this move is that you're now voluntarily trading off white's pawn that was on a light square. And this pawn on the light square was in fact creating some issues for the bishop. If the bishop wants to point down here, the pawn is standing in its way. And if the bishop wants to point down here, once again, the pawn is in the bishop's path. So this pawn on e4 was white's only problem in the position as well. So with the move pawn to d5, you take away both white's problem and black's problem at the same time. And as a result, the ensuing position becomes very, very equal. Whereas if you wanted to keep some imbalances, you needed to say, okay, I will have a bad pawn, but what I gain from having that bad pawn is that white also has some problems with their pawn situation. The pawn on e4 is like somebody's head blocking your view at a concert. That's a very good one on sub. Mistake on Pia's board? Yeah. Pia's opponent played a move the computer didn't really like. It's still better for white though. But maybe not such a big problem as I made it out to be earlier. I don't know. It still looks very bad for Pia. Could Anna get a norm this tournament? She could, but then she needs to start winning the games against the higher rated opponents. If she wants to make a norm, she needs to yeah, for instance, yesterday when she was playing a women's grandmaster, she needs to make a draw in such situations if she wants to make a norm. And right now she's also kind of, she could get into trouble that she's playing too many players rated below her own rating, which makes a norm more difficult to achieve. So preferably, it's a bit harsh to say it, but if she wants to make a norm, it might be advantageous to sit out against one of the weaker teams, because otherwise your average rating of the opponents gets dragged down. But as long as she keeps winning her games against the lower rated, it's fine. Is there a specific rating difference needed or just any higher rating? I mean, there are specifics, but we don't really need to get into specifics until Anna is close to achieving it, right? So we'll talk about specifics once she's beaten one or two higher rated players. because then she's gonna be in the running. I don't think getting a norm is her top priority in this kind of tournament. No, I mean, in general, you want to play good chess, but at the same time, getting one of those requirements for a better title, chess title, that's gonna be your goal in pretty much every tournament you play. It's just that in order to achieve your goal, you have to be good at the partial goal, which is playing good chess. If you play good chess, good things will happen. The engine says the first 13 moves in Anna's game were book moves. Who develops theory until move 13? Yeah. The Sveshnikov is one of the most theoretical openings there is. Precisely because it's so unbalanced and kind of crazy. People study it very, very far into the game to justify the craziness. But you will find at higher levels that 13 book moves is not an uncommon thing. It's not super common, but it's not uncommon either. Wait. Have I been talking about Anna's game this whole time and I didn't switch scenes? Did I do all the arrows without you guys seeing anything? Oh. Well, that is... Which arrows? Yeah. Good morning. Yeah, good morning. I don't know. I was really happy with my explanations as well. Okay, that is not great. Okay. We love the passion. Well, thank you. Okay, so everything I still said applies with this pawn standing in the way of the white bishop. But yeah, I did the whole arrows and everything. I feel bad. You switch boards right now? Yeah, I did, but I was supposed to do it earlier, right? Hammer not getting his broadcasting norm. Yeah, I think that one's long gone. I'm sure the arrows were great. They were amazing. It was after that you changed boards? Okay, maybe. Yeah, because I went to Pia's game to say that Pia's opponent had made something that the computer feels is a mistake. Yeah, no, maybe I didn't mess it up. You guys are just baiting me into thinking I messed it up. Let's go Aketsa with a prime. How are the teammates doing? Yeah, let's check in on that. So Anna's position is equal. Her previous move, I'm not a fan of. Because now it's very, very likely that this game will end in a draw. We talked a bit about how this was a backward pawn for black. So this was a weakness for black, but at the same time, the pawn on e4 was a weakness for white because it would stand in the way of white's bishop by pushing the pawn forward. Both players lose their weaknesses, but that also means that both players kind of lose out on the one thing that may have led to their demise. So a draw is likely. In Pia's game, Pia has played the number one move, pushing the pawn forward on the edge of the board. She needs to try and kick the queen away from attacking the g7 pawn. Because as long as there's pressure on this pawn, there's no opportunity to move the bishop into the game. Jenk coming in with a 26 months Prime sub. Thank you. Yeah, Pia's still in trouble, but for instance, if her opponent had gone queen to g3, I think that would have been a more problematic move, because then Pia wouldn't have this same opportunity to try and put pressure on the queen's placement. So wanting to be more aggressive with the queen was a mistake for white and allows Pia now to kind of be very annoying with the pawn on the edge of the board. Let's go to the overview screen where, interestingly, today I made a change. I made a change on the overview screen, which is I added my video because, yeah. I mean, I guess partly because there was open space there, and partly because then you can see when I'm having a break. Wow, there are some interesting games going on. So we've already seen the games with the black pieces on the left-hand side. But with the white pieces, Inna Agrest, she's playing the Sveshnikov opening with the white pieces. So Anna is playing the Sveshnikov as black. Inna is playing the Sveshnikov as white. There are black pawns rushing up through the center of the board. We're talking about the board on the upper right hand side. To be entirely honest with you, I'm kind of terrified of those black pawns making their way forward. Computer likes in this position, but I kind of dislike it. Those pawns look very intimidating in the center of the board, and Inna's opponent just got an exclam on her latest move. So very, very tense situation there. Inna did save Sweden from complete embarrassment yesterday as she beat an international master on that second board with the black pieces. So great result from Inna. And then we have on board 4, it's Lavinia. And Lavinia has gotten isolated doubled pawns. She has a couple of pawns on the same file, which is generally considered not great. But on the other hand, she has good placement for her pieces, and black is yet to get their king to safety. So both the Swedish white games are looking very unbalanced and tense right now. Let's check in with Pia because her opponent just got a question mark. And the computer's evaluation is over in Pia's favor. And the reason for that is that white has offered a trade between the queens. But remember all the concerns we had earlier about Pia still having her king in the middle of the board and Pia being unable to get her bishop into the game? All of those concerns disappear when the queens are traded off, because after the queen trade, it's actually advantageous for her to still have her king in the center, because in the end game you want to have your king as a contributor. And now it's easy for Pia to get her bishop into the game because there's no more white queen putting pressure down towards the g7 square. So Pia has taken over in her game. And speaking of taking over, I got some big news from Anna's game. Because right now, there's a question mark on the board. And the computer's evaluation has shot up from a completely equal position to now being a winning situation with the black pieces. In fact, the white move is not deserving only of one question mark. It's actually deserving of two. But there's only one way of punishing this move. And the punishment that white deserves is the carelessness with which she has neglected to castle her king. The white king is still in the center. Do we go for the queen trade? No. We learned from Pia's game. In fact, we would like the queens to remain on the board. We would like the queen to take a bigger role in what's going on. And how do we do that? Pawn to d4. Attack against the queen. Attack against the pawn. That pawn is poorly defended. That is a free pawn, at least temporarily, for white. But after the white pawn captures blacks, there's been an opening in towards the white king. The queen moves up, check on the king, pressure on the central pawn, but also attacking the pawn on b2. White, realizing that the king might be in trouble, will go with the queen in between, trying to get the queen trade. Here, Anna will capture in the center. And when white tries to castle to correct their mistake of not having gotten the king to safety, here comes the trick. Rook over, pressure on the bishop, pressure on the queen. White also moves the rook over to defend. But here, after bishop to c4, we increase the pressure on the white bishop. And when the white bishop takes out blacks, we don't really care about this one whatsoever. Instead, we're going to take the queen, and then we're going to say that, okay, we can choose a rook, we can choose a bishop, but the rook is worth more than a bishop. And Anna will go into a position with a rook versus bishop, and, well, frankly, she's still attacking more stuff. So yeah, this is a very, very promising continuation for Anna, and it is the only continuation that will hold her advantage to the levels the chess engine is suggesting right now. Why not bishop to c4 instead of moving the rook? Well, it's the same thing. If you go with the bishop first, white will defend, and then you got to move your rook in. Let's look at some of the other options. If the queen just chooses to move back, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes back. And the problem here is that now this pawn cannot be defended by other pawns. And black can very easily get their pieces to attack the pawn. And if white tries to protect with their rook, well, then you end up leaving an unprotected pawn on the edge of the board. Or you can actually, computer says it's even better to just put both your rooks pointing towards the white pawn. Very interestingly, white is only going to be down by a single pawn in this situation. Yet the chess engine evaluates this position as black having a 3.5 pawn advantage. So it's not just about that black is about to just surround and overtake this pawn. It's also that all of black's pieces are better placed than their white counterparts at the same time. White's bishop is just awful. Yeah, and this is another very important point. One of the benefits of pushing this pawn forward, number one, it creates trouble for the white king as you open up paths for the queen to attack. But it also means that you avoid the trade between the pawns in the center. And if this trade does not happen, we talked about that earlier. Here, the bishop now is pointing in towards its own pawn. And if the white pawn remains on the board, that will render the bishop pretty much useless. Sweden has won 2 matches and lost 1 so far snugly. Short stream? Well, maybe. But in Pia's game, Pia has decided not to go for the trade between the queens, which means her opponent has another chance to realize the importance of keeping the queens on the board. And after queen back to g3, white still has the advantage here, because it's very difficult for black to keep their king safe, and also it's difficult to get the bishop into the game because of the continuous pressure down towards the g7 pawn. So Pia really should have gone for the trade of queens. But part of the reason why Pia didn't go for the trade of queens is because she feels if her opponent were the one to offer the trade, they are unlikely to then change their mind on the next move and do something differently instead. Both Pia and Anna lost yesterday, unfortunately, Chris. Why do you think Pia didn't? Because she hasn't, well, clearly she hasn't realized how bad it would be if white kept the queens on the board, and it doesn't make sense from a human perspective that her opponent would go first queen forward and then queen back when she could have just gone queen back immediately. So there's a human psychology to it as well, that even though it's the best move to move the queen back, a human will not really consider that because that wasn't the plan with the previous move. Okay, we've gotten off to quite the start in this early round. We're hopeful that Anna realizes the momentum in this position, and the importance of trying to open up the center of the board while the white king is still in trouble. Pia probably gonna have a big advantage very soon because her opponent is on the wrong track. Her opponent is seeking out the queen trade, and that is not the way to get a good result against Pia. And then we have our little overview here, where we can see that there are some very tense games going on in the games where the Swedish team has the white pieces. Inna on the upper right is facing a pawn avalanche with the black pawns pushing down through the center of the board. And Lavinia has a quite... Oh, and she found it! She found it! Pawn to d4 on the board. And there's stuff going on all the boards right now. But the most important things going on, that's on Anna's board. Her opponent has not castled early enough. And now she's being punished for her castling delay. Anna is about to open up for the entry of her queen. If pawn takes pawn, the queen comes in, check on the king, pressure on the pawn, pressure on another white pawn at the same time there. And the computer tells us that this pressure is overwhelming in Black's favor. She found it pretty fast, 11 minutes and 13 seconds. I guess on this channel that qualifies as pretty fast. Her time management is definitely like, we're already on move 19. We're almost on move 20. Usually at this point, Anna is down to like 15 minutes remaining. So the fact that she played an opening where she knew the right moves and the right plans for 15, 16 moves, that has been very helpful in keeping a healthy time situation. Sveshnikov might be the only opening she actually knows. Well, someone earlier was saying that she said she doesn't like the Sveshnikov, which is kind of weird, comment to make from a player who plays the Sveshnikov themselves. But yeah, we already had that discussion. Anna is at 99.1 accuracy. That's pretty good. In the meantime, in Pia's game, Pia's opponent kind of continued her faulty plan of going for the trade of the queens. And this is why Pia did what she did. Pia could have gone for the queen trade herself, but by choosing not to go for the queen trade and letting her opponent do it for her, that has actually been advantageous for Pia, because now she can step away from the pressure White's bishop had on her king. And I'm expecting now this bishop to give a check on the king, block, trade, and we're going into an endgame here where Pia has a really, really good position because she's the one getting the rooks into the game earliest, and she also has a way better centralized king than her opponent. Seeing as how the queens are traded off, king safety is not a major concern anymore, and then having your king in the middle with the ability of just going to the left or the right depending on necessity, that is a very good thing to have. And as you can see from the eval bar on the side, very, very advantageous situation for Pia. Bishop to e3 instead. So instead of trading off the bishops, white sees the necessity in keeping the bishop on the board because it needs to protect one of the central pawns. Pia now will go pawn to a6 and chase this bishop. And yeah, the bishop doesn't really have anywhere good to go. So yeah, big fan of Pia's position at this point. I used to think not castling was disastrous, but it was a big problem for Pia here. Like, it's just 15 minutes ago, we talked about how bad Pia's position was. But the crucial difference is that the queens were traded off. Not castling is fine when the queens are not on the board, because then creating attack against your king becomes a much, much, much more difficult thing to do. Okay, I'm gonna take a little break. Anna has played the good move. Computer is convinced she's winning the game. But on the other hand, the computer is also saying that her method for winning is basically just trying to win a pawn in the next 5 moves. It doesn't feel like winning a pawn is supposed to be as good as the computer is saying Anna's position is right now, but apparently that's the case. So we're told. And at the very least, Anna has put massive pressure on her young opponent. And we're expecting Claire to have to spend quite a bit of time thinking about how to salvage, if even possible, in this position. Okay, we've got a move, and the move is queen to g3. The queen pointing towards the king, but I think the main source of concern is the pressure from the queen on the e5 pawn. I think capturing white's pawn is going to be a good start no matter what. But there is the question, after this capture, can white then capture the pawn in the center? The idea being that if the black pawn just continues capturing, the queen will manage to get back into defense, controlling the b4 square, so that the black queen cannot gain entry there with a check to the king. And if the rook comes and centralizes against the bishop can just take a step back. I gotta say, for a position the computer believes is completely winning on black's behalf, this is pretty wild. Black is not even up by a single pawn. And yet the computer is saying it's absolutely crushing. What's difficult about situations like this is that it's not necessarily obvious to the players at the board how big of an advantage the position actually entails. And when you have these sort of advantages where you have much better placed pieces, but you don't have an extra pawn or something like that, you're way more prone to making mistakes that completely alter the evaluation of the game, because those situations you don't have that extra pawn or the extra bishop or whatever it is to help you. You're completely dependent on short-term winnings, and if you miss out on some of those short-term plans, you're just going to lose the entirety of your advantage because you're not actually up on material. So, yeah, I think it's definitely not done and dusted just yet for Anna. This is still a tricky position to figure out the right path in. King in the center, bad pawns. Well, the pawns are not bad. So let's do the analysis again. Pawn takes pawn, queen takes in the center, pawn takes, queen takes back. You're saying the white pawns are bad? Nah, not really. This one is isolated, cannot be protected by other white pawns. So this one's not great, but it's not terrible either. If let me use this to illustrate. If Anna gives up one move, what happens? So if she moves the pawn one step on the side of the board and allows white to castle, the computer goes from saying it's a massive advantage for black to be fair, it still says it's quite a sizable advantage, despite not having an extra pawn. But the point I'm trying to make is that a lot of the computer's opinion is based on the fact that white is unable to get their king to safety. And here, what we were looking at earlier, with the rook coming in, attack on the bishop and the bishop going back, here the computer wants to move queen to g5 and is very determined that this is the only good move. And the reason is that if now white tries to castle, basically whatever plan you're intending with the black pieces here, you always have to check what can I do if my opponent castles. And here the computer says rook to d2, attacking both the queen and the bishop. The queen moves back, and now actually you cannot capture the bishop because then you open up the diagonal for white's queen to capture black's. And here white has an extra queen versus a bishop, and the computer's giving similar evaluation as when Anna was not even up on material, which is wild to me. But this position white would win with the extra queen. And let's just say +4 here is a lot easier to win with the extra queen than the -3 that Anna has right now. And that's kind of illustrating my point, right? You'd rather have an extra bishop than having no extra pawns whatsoever, but the computer assuring you that you're gonna win something in the future. Because then you're still reliant on finding some really tricky moves to make that happen. So instead of rook takes bishop, there's rook to c8, attacking the queen, making sure that the queen can no longer stand in the diagonal pointing towards the black queen. However, the queen now does get to defend its own bishop. And then the recommendation is bishop to h3. We talked about this for Pia's game earlier. The queen pointing down on the king and the bishop joining in. And the bishop cannot be captured because of the pressure from the queen. However, in Pia's game, this was kind of more serious. Because then Pia's opponent also had a pawn on this e4 square and was controlling the f3 square. Whereas here, Anna's opponent can move her bishop forward and keep the pawn protected. And still here, computer is giving a similar advantage for black as it was giving for white when white had the bishop versus the queen. But it's much easier to win with an extra queen than winning this situation. You gotta find the right move all the way, and here the right move is rook to c3, going after this defensive bishop. The king moves out of the file with the queen pointing down. Here the rook sacrifices itself against the bishop, but it's not over yet. If the rook is captured, then the queen can give checkmate supported by the bishop, fair enough. But instead, white captures the bishop instead. And now the winning move is queen to f4. And apparently, if the rook captures the pawn instead, okay, this is still winning. But like here, black, even after finding all of these good moves, black is only up by an extra pawn. And then, yeah, but you have maybe some attack going. What I'm trying to say is this is still extraordinarily tricky for Anna, despite what the computers may think. What about bishop to c5 in the first place? Bishop to c4? Well, then white castles. If white castles, you're not doing that much. Every move Anna makes at this point needs to have a very threatening plan should white castle. So what you gotta ask yourself, no matter what you're thinking about, is okay, I'm gonna make that move or that move, but what am I gonna do if white castles? Would you bet your career on her finding the next move? No. Because right now there's a threat against the pawn on e5, and all the moves the computer wants her to make, none of them address the current threat in the position. The good news is that if Anna plays a move like pawn to f6, just to have the pawn protected, even though the computer is very unhappy with that move, it would still lead to a situation where Anna has an easy position to play with clear pressure against one of White's pawns. So even if she plays one of the bad moves, she's gonna have a big advantage. Ooh, big announcement from Fossabot. You can save money on subs in September. That's my shilling for the day. What's the best move? Computer thinks pawn takes pawn is best. But I think the follow-up from there is very difficult to find. In general, the follow-up is difficult to find in every move that's being suggested. Because computer also wants rook here, but then is not considering queen takes pawn. And it's like, why are you not considering queen takes pawn? And then in this position, the computer says the best move is just to get this rook into the game as well, which is not easy to find. And then if the bishop goes back, the pawn continues forward. Oh, wow, that is so clever. The pawn is attacking the bishop, and if the bishop moves, the pawn just continues. Check on the king, and no matter where the king moves, it has to move to a light square. And when you move to a light square, you can then come in with the bishop, check on the king, while opening up an attack between the queens. Very sneaky computer, but also very difficult for a human to make those same realization. Let's check in with Pia while Anna is thinking. Anna's been thinking for, I think, about 15 minutes now. Pia, in the meantime, has the advantage. We caught this move. That was the last move we saw. White using their bishop to protect the pawn in the center. That pawn did have pressure in towards it from the black knight. Pawn to a6 kicks the bishop. The bishop moves back. Bishop forward from Pia. Not sure what this bishop is gonna accomplish here. I maybe would have preferred to get the bishop out on the left side here. Get this trade maybe. But yeah, at the same time, we don't really want to be making this trade, because if we trade here, it allows white to protect their pawns in a better way. And it would also open up for the white rook pointing down. Yeah, okay, so bishop here. The bishop isn't really doing much here, but at least we're making ourselves able to to move the rooks over to the opposite flank. Knight forward, king up, rook into the open file. Pawn to g6. Sensible move from Pia here, just making sure that everything's defended on the left side, and then she's just going to move everything over here to the other side. So from Pia right now, I'm expecting rook forward, and then the other rook over in the next two moves. She has a very clear focus now with all her pieces on this queen side, the right side of the board here. And then after she's created all of this, she's ready to fight with her rooks down the open file. Then we're going to see her move her knight away and start trying to invade into white's half of the board. Pia's definitely better. It's not like it's super easy to win, but when Pia is better in an endgame that suits her style and is 400 points higher rated than her opponent, I think it's fair to say that we're liking her chances. And then let's go to the overview. Ooh, Inna gets an X on her move. But in a way, that's a good thing because it means her position was very good at least. Because I've been very concerned about Inna's situation. I feel like the black pawns in the middle are incredibly intimidating. And maybe she had a way of getting rid of those black pawns that she didn't utilize based on the X from chess.com. The X does not mean a blunder, it means a miss. So it means like it's not like it was a horrible move, but you had a better move available that you didn't use. Lavinia on the bottom right, she still has that pawn structure I'm not super fond of. Isolated doubled pawns on the F file. But she has very well placed pieces. And if you look at the eval bar in Lavinia's game on the bottom right, the white is completely dominating the black on the left side of the board, which indicates which player is better. As such, we have great optimism that Lavinia can get her first win of the Chess Olympiad. Because even though her pawns may not be as pretty as I like them to be, the placement of her bishops and the fact that her rooks can very easily gain access in towards her opponent's position is leading the computer to believe that she has very, very nice chances in this game. Can we get a 4-0? That would be huge. So far, all of Albania's matches has ended in 4-0. 2 of them they won, and 1 of them they lost. And we're eager to let them keep that trend going with a 4-0 win in Sweden's favor. It's the nice thing to do. Yes, very nice. Completely without concern for... It's just... I'm thinking about Albania's aesthetics on the result score. No ego involved whatsoever. Okay, it's time to play the waiting game. The good news is that on Pia's board, it's Pia's opponent that is thinking. But on Anna's board, it's Anna who's spending time. Queen to c5. So what I like about this move is that it protects the pawn on e5, which we were concerned about. It was not on the top 3 move list from the chess engine, but the first impression is that this move is a good one. So I talked about how it would make sense for Anna to just play pawn to f6 to keep the pawn protected, but she managed to find an even better version of the same plan. Queen to c5 both protects the pawn that was under attack, but it also increases the pressure on White's pawn. And now if White tries to make a trade, instead of recapturing in the middle, Anna can first give a check with the queen. And it turns out the White king has no pieces around it to block the check, which means the king has to actually move, and then Anna can capture in the center because she has then achieved not impossible, but the key to the position, which is preventing White from being able to castle. And in this situation, even though it's right now equal on number of pawns, the fact that Black is getting centralized so quickly with the rooks through the middle of the board, while the White rook in the corner is unable to get into play because of the king standing in its path. This is just a completely winning position for Anna, despite at the moment not even being up by a single pawn. So I'm expecting White to castle, but after castling, just take the pawn. And then White will go rook here to say that you cannot continue your journey with the pawn, because if you continue capturing, you're going to lose your queen. But here's the good news. When the rook moves in to attack the black pawn and the black queen, Anna can just capture a pawn on the edge of the board. And we end up in this sort of position here where Black has an extra pawn and can be very happy with that. And White also, we talked about this earlier, White is struggling with their bishop because the bishop is being restricted by its own pawn. The fact that the white pawn is still on the board means that the bishop doesn't have a lot of scope to move around. And very important point here from Goth Girl, that if you try to move the other rook to do the same thing, pointing towards the black pawn and the black queen, now there's no freebie on the a2 square to capture because the rook still remains there to keep it defended. But the reason White had to use the other rook in this plan is because now you actually can give up your queen. That was a big mistake earlier, but here it's actually brilliant. Because when the white rook captures the black queen, we capture the white rook, and we also get a new queen. So we gave up a queen for a rook. Sounds like a bad deal, but as our own pawn becomes a new queen in the process, it was actually a brilliant trade to achieve. Micus, thank you for the prime. Fantastic stuff. Yeah, it's really fascinating how incredibly determined the computer is, that this is just over, despite all of our variations, Anna is just ending up with an extra pawn. But it's fun to see how the computers, and this is like a recent development in computers, because like 10 years ago, you could never be up by a single pawn and the computer be like, yeah, you have an advantage comparable to 3 pawns. That just wouldn't happen. And the reason it happens now is because computers have gotten so much stronger that they can go further into the situation and realize that the extra pawn is gonna multiply in the not so distant future. And essentially, the stronger the computers have become, the more deterministic they are. Because in reality, every position on the chessboard is either a draw, a win for white, or a win for black with correct play. And previously, computers were pretty good at evaluating situations where it feels like a 50-50 whether it's going to be a draw or whether black is going to win. But now, as the computers have gotten stronger, better at calculation, also more computing power, they tend to go more like we're actually losing the nuance of the situation, because now positions where to a human eye it looks like, ooh, this is nice for black, but are you gonna manage to win with just one pawn? That would be like a normal way of looking at Anna's position in the past. But now the computers are like, yeah, no, that extra pawn is so valuable, it's completely winning. And in a way, that's a bad thing, I think, because it means that you're missing out on the difficulty of the task. The computer makes it sound like it's the easiest thing in the world to win with an extra pawn, but let me tell you, it's easier with an extra bishop. But it also means that in situations where you have incredible pressure on your opponent, but the computer finds some crazy smart way of making a draw, the computer will now say that the position is equal. Whereas back in the day, when the computers were not strong enough to realize that you could manage to salvage the draw, they would say, okay, it's not winning for the one side, but it seems to be rather a significant advantage. And this can be exploited at the highest levels. Because computers now are saying basically about every situation that, with correct play, it's going to be a draw. Because the computers have lost some of that nuance, because they're so strong, they're so good at defending, so they consider almost everything as a draw with correct play. It means that players need to be a lot more vigilant when working with the computer, because you have to think a bit for yourself whether the computer saying this is equal, is that because it's like a crazy good defense, or is it because the position is actually equal? It can trick your mind into not realizing the danger in the situations because the computer right now is so good at defending. I suppose top players have add-ons to their searches that include how slim the drawing lines are. No, that does not exist right now, Kebab. But the add-on that does exist is this thing. People still cannot rely solely on the computer because you need some human input to evaluate the difficulty of the situation in addition to just the objective evaluation. It's not good enough for you to know that something is a draw objectively from the computer, because you also need to know how unpleasant it is and how difficult it is to make all of the computer moves to justify that situation. Where can we download the Brain DLC? Yeah, that one is pretty exclusive. Only for Grandmaster. People with the Grandmaster certificate on Steam. So let's download Stockfish 3. You're making a joke, but I think that's a really good point that basically is what I was working up to, right? That the strongest computers are now better than before at telling you the objective truth. But to some players, even at the top level, there is a value in using a weaker version of the chess engines, because the weaker versions will actually tell you more about the nuance in the position, because it doesn't go like either it's winning or it's a draw. It can be more like, oh, it's a small advantage for white, it's a big advantage for black, but not winning, that kind of thing. Anna's up on time at move 20. It is unusual, yes, but she has spent 30 minutes on her previous two moves. So it's there's still some parts of her that we can recognize in her gameplay still. So did humans outsmart themselves by creating Stockfish? No. The chess engine is an incredible tool. But you need to be aware of its weaknesses in order to fully utilize its strengths. And so for saying who is winning in a position, having the strongest version is by far the best, right? But what I'm talking about is, how do you judge the situations where maybe you're preparing for the game and your computer tells you that what you're planning to do is a draw, and you don't realize how difficult it is to achieve that draw. And that's where there's still scope for individuality. If you want to analyze a position yourself, what are you looking for? Are you asking what I'm looking for, or what you should be looking for if you're doing it? I will say that if I'm analyzing an opening, I'm trying to input not only the moves that the computer is recommending, I'm also trying to input what I feel like I would do in a similar situation, because that tells me a bit about the plans that are available and how the computer would play against those ideas. And I'm looking for trends. Like if I make a move and the engine says, "Oh, this is interesting. This is a little bit better for black." And then 10 seconds later, it says, yeah, it was a little bit better for black, but now like you go from minus 0.1 to minus 0.2, and then the trend is in black's favor. And whenever you see the computer kind of changing its mind in a certain direction, you want to be following those situations more closely. Do you think there's value in engines designed to play human-like? Yes. I think the next step in chess engines, chess computers, is managing to program things that that can predict human behavior or can assess not just objectively but also, like, one of the things I think is going to be big if we can make happen in the near future is assessing whether a position is complicated or not. Like, a computer can tell you a position is 0.00. It gives you just a score. But 0.00 can mean that it's incredibly dull and boring and gonna be a draw. But it can also be super complicated, but where the computer finds some way that it can be a repetition of moves or a perpetual check against a king if you play like 6 super accurate moves in a row. So right now, computers are able to tell us a great deal about the objective value of a situation, but they're not necessarily that useful in telling us what is actually going on because it's lacking quite a bit of nuance. A sharpness indicator, yes, where sharpness is used as a chess terminology to determine the trickiness of a situation. Because in everyday language, something being sharp is not the same as it means in chess. That it means a tricky, complicated situation. It will be hard to quantify that complexity, yeah. But if it wasn't hard, it wouldn't be worth doing, you know? That old chestnut. Okay, castles coming in. So, good news for Albania. The White King has gotten itself to safety. But then, good news also for Sweden. Anna has targeted the pawn on c3 with both her queen and her pawn. And yeah, she might be out walking right now because she is going to capture that pawn immediately if she's at the board. Okay, the capture has happened. And interestingly, this surprises me a little bit. Claire does not go with the rook to try and point down towards the queen. I was really expecting this rook move. Instead, she just recaptures immediately. And now, if Anna wants to be up a pawn, she's going to have to just take this one. But that seems safe enough. It would put the queens on the same rank, but because the bishop is standing in between, it's not gonna create any, like, queen takes here. It would be very bad if the bishop could capture this pawn and give a check on the king while attacking the queen. But once again, and we've talked about this a couple of times today, the pawn on e4 is actually doing white a great disservice because it's blocking the options for the bishop moving forward. And since the bishop cannot jump, it cannot capture this pawn. It cannot put the king in check, which means it cannot create any tricky move the bishop, attack the queen situations. Oh, she did do that. Never mind. Sorry. She did take the pawn. So an extra pawn for Anna. She has the superior bishop as well. Because her bishop is on the light squares while her central pawn is on a dark square, which means that these two are working well together as opposed to the white pawn standing in the way of white's bishop. And strangely, that is enough of a difference for the computer to feel like Anna's advantage is equivalent to 3 pawns, despite black only having 1 pawn more than their opponent. I'm still amazed at how harsh the chess engine is right now in evaluating white's situation. I'm just warning everyone that I'm expecting the eval bar to go down quite significantly. Because I don't think it's fair to expect Anna to play all the computer moves in a position where, at the end of the day, she is only up a pawn. It doesn't make sense for the computer to give her an advantage comparable to 3 pawns. Well, we'll see. We'll see. White's position is so sad. What's the plan? Well, I mean, no matter what the plan is, you're just down a pawn. Sure, a position can be sad, but a pawn is not traditionally that much in a game of chess. There's so many endgames where you can make a draw down a pawn. For instance, here, if the bishop moves back, you go for the queen trade. Computer says yes. Queen trade, rook into the middle. Rook into the middle. Takes. Rook centralizes. Bishop attacks the black bishop. Trade between the bishops. Oh, suddenly computer says black has an advantage of 1 pawn. Like, to be fair, I mean, I didn't make the top computer moves on purpose, but I think what I did was reasonably sensible. And yet now the position is a lot more difficult to win, apparently. You opened the A file? Sure, but if I hadn't done that, I would have gotten double isolated pawns. It's easy to go like, oh, of course now the computer is not saying the same thing because you did this thing that changed the evaluation. But if it's not that thing, it's another thing, right? PS board looks interesting. Okay. Literally 1 move has happened there in the last half hour. So it's not developing at a massive pace. But oh, and Pia just made another move. Let's go. 2 moves in the last half hour. First, Pia's opponent thought for 15 minutes and 27 seconds when they played the rook into the middle. And then Pia thought for 14 minutes and 46 seconds, just barely getting over the 30-minute mark for these last 2 moves. The knight now is attacking the pawn on b2. And interestingly, the only acceptable way of keeping that pawn protected is moving the rook to the side. But that is a difficult move for a human to play because it feels wrong moving your rook away from the open file. The file on the board where there are no pawns, which is where the rooks usually reign and show their best abilities. Let's take a look at some of the reasons for why the alternatives are bad. Number 1, if you go with the rook 1 step forward to protect from the side, here there's a very nice trick. Knight takes d4. The knight then opens up an attack from the black rook on the white rook. So even though the knight is not defended, the knight cannot be captured right now because it would lose white a rook. Instead, white can try and make the trade between the rooks first, because if black now recaptures, then the knight can be captured and there's nothing to lose in white's camp. However, and this is where the trick comes in, if white chooses to go for the rook trade, the knight can continue its journey, its adventure into white's half by capturing a bishop and importantly saying check against the white king. If this had not been a check, then the white rook could just continue capturing stuff in black's half. But because it is a check, the king has to deal with that situation, goes after the knight, giving black time to recapture the rook. And we end up in this situation where black has an extra pawn, but black is also going to win more stuff as the rook has invaded into white's camp. So rook 1 step forward, big mistake. How about moving the pawn that's under attack? Pawn forward, also a mistake, but a much less obvious one. The idea here is that black's knight can actually advance in behind enemy lines. The knight right now attacking the rook on d1. And after that rook moves, it feels as though the black knight is in trouble. It cannot move backwards because of the white pawn restricting those, having control of those squares. But the idea is that after knight to b4, the knights may converge on this d3 square, in addition to the black rook trying to take over control on the open file. So very sneaky stuff here. And I think it's likely that Pia's opponent is going to make a mistake here, because moving the rook off the open file is not really the human instinct. We return to Anna's board, where her opponent has moved the rook in towards the center. The rook now protecting the bishop. But now Anna can go rook to d8, and there's actually a concern here about the bishop and the rook being on the same file. Because now, anytime the bishop moves, black can go for trades. First off, don't be silly and trade off the rooks first. because then you're forgetting that your queen was under attack. So moving the bishop opens up both between the queens and the rooks. But say the queens trade off, and then the rooks trade off. The bad thing about the rooks trading off is that after white recaptures, you leave the pawn on a2 undefended, and now that pawn can be captured. Although the computer is not advising the capture. Okay, I don't know why computer didn't want us to take that pawn, but that's because the computer is weird. Taking the pawn is very good. Black is up by 2 pawns, and that makes it easy. That's kind of the golden rule. 1 pawn up can always be tricky, but 2 pawns up, you're probably gonna win the game. And so going here with the rook to try and trade off rooks and getting at the pawn on a2 should give Anna the win here. Duco coming in with the 6 months sub. Let's go. Yeah. Kianoni is pointing out that a lot of people in chat saying this is super easy now. There are levels to everything. Kianoni can be a queen up and still lose the game. Obviously, that is different at this level. But you guys gotta trust me that being up a pawn is not an automatic win. I feel like I've been spending the last 2 days of stream just arguing with chat, trying to make you guys realize that chess is not as easy as you make it out to be. And I just feel like it's weird that I'm the one who has to play that role. Because to me, chess is easy. It is kind of easy. Yeah, it's easy when you have... It's very easy when you have the computer telling you what's going on. I will say that with the experience of my own games... When I don't have a computer telling me all the solutions, the game is a lot more difficult. That's why I mainly do commentary these days. Or maybe that's why I have lost all my skill. Because I got used to doing commentary and then I got lazy. And I forgot that sometimes I have to think for myself and just being told what the situation is like. Anna has played her previous 2 moves pretty quickly. But here she's taking some time to think again. I think it's pretty clear that you want to get these rooks into the game. So I'm expecting her to either go rook to c8 or rook to d8. And frankly, both of those moves are good, so... Although this rook to c8, actually this might not be good. Because now, when the bishop moves back, opens up for the trade of queens, like we saw earlier, the problem of all of this is that now the rook is no longer protecting the pawn on a6. And you could ask yourself, well, why is that important? Well, It's because if you now do something like moving your rook into the heart of the opponent's position, pawn to a4 becomes a big issue. Because when the white pawn is attacking blacks, you don't really want to trade. Because the more trades, the bigger the chance of a draw. And here the trade also leads to the a6 pawn being completely surrounded. So instead, you would preferably want to just push the pawn forward, trying to become a new queen. But then here we see the issue of leaving the protection of the a6 pawn, which is that the bishop was on that diagonal, and when the pawn pushes forward, the front pawn is no longer standing in the bishop's path, allowing the bishop to capture the pawn. And then it becomes tricky. Black is better because black is closer to getting a new queen, pushing that pawn forward. But now it's an equal number of pawns for the players. And you could also imagine a situation occurs where there's only pawns remaining on one side of the board, which lends itself to fortresses and defensive structures that normally wouldn't be sufficient. So actually keeping the rook here to defend this pawn might be kind of important. So there are two obvious moves here, and one of them is just not that good. How are the other boards doing? Yeah, let's check in on that. Okay. Pia's opponent is still thinking. Pia, oh, she found the move. Okay, well done. That was the only move to restrict Pia's advantage to just being slight. Any other move and Pia would have had a big advantage. Ooh, and just as we're looking at that, Anna plays the best move. She keeps her rook in the corner to defend the pawn on a6, and she moves her other rook into the center to have that pressure down on white's bishop and against the white rook. And now if there's a trade between these two rooks in the future, it will leave white's corner rook having to recapture into the center. And for once, having a central rook is not a good thing, because it means the rook would then leave the protection of the last remaining white pawn on the queen side. And if Anna can get two queenside pawns versus nil, she's going to have a clear path up here to get a new queen. Best move start. Yes, well done. I'm going to jump into the overview. So now we see Anna has a winning position. Pia has an advantage and her opponent is way down on time. Inna has just now played an exclam move. Oh gosh. And then her opponent, Inna's opponent, gives up her bishop on the side of the board, counterattacks Inna's bishop, gets a double question mark. I'm guessing Inna here should just move her bishop back into defense. I'm actually gonna go into that board. So here the black bishop is under attack, the white bishop is under attack. But I think Inna should just avoid anything that includes opening up in front of her own king. That would be ill-advised. Instead, she can just move her bishop back. And the big benefit of this move is that it would open up for the white rook to point towards the black pawn in the center. And if Inna can capture that black pawn, that would be a huge huge relief, as then the black pawns marauding through the center of the board would no longer be a major issue. So this has been a super complicated, tense game. But right now it looks as though Ina is going to come out on top. Speaking about coming out on top, look at Lavinia on the bottom right. She has the two bishops pointing in towards black's position. She has improved her pawn situation. She now has two pawns next to each other controlling the center of the board. She also has her rook and bishop working together in that same direction on the right side of the board. And she can win a pawn here if she so chooses. So right now, great news for the Swedish team. Anna is winning, Ina is winning, and Lavinia is also winning her game. It's a competition right now. Who can finish first? And right now I'm thinking Lavinia might be leading that competition. But we don't care who wins their game first. All we care about is that the win shows up on the scoreboard. And this could be a 4-0 sweep of this Albanian team. And the only one who doesn't have a winning position is Pia. Weirdly enough. But on the other hand, we kind of expect her to achieve a winning position soon enough, because her opponent is under pressure and down to just 16 minutes. Hammer, you said Anna was a draw earlier? Yeah, that's a while ago. Stuff has happened since then. That's usually how chess goes. But also that's like 2 hours ago. So yeah. Trust what I'm saying now, not what I said 2 hours ago. I do the best I can in the moment. But things change. All the games were a draw at some point? Yeah. To be fair, I was pretty determinative that I was pretty clear that it was going to be a draw in Anna's game. But I also was expecting Anna's opponent to prioritize castling. When that didn't happen, I'm honestly surprised at how problematic not castling became on Claire's behalf. But it's a good lesson for everyone. Get that king to safety. Trust Hammer when the games are over. That's when he's the most correct. Yeah. Well, even then, sometimes I'm sure I've gotten it wrong about who won the game. Rook to c1. Good move. Trying to push the queen out of its position. Trying to push the queen away from protecting the pawn on e5. However, when the queen moves to this a3 square, what's good about this is that it keeps the pressure towards the bishop, meaning that the white queen is not available to capture the pawn in the center, because that would remove the queen from the defense of the bishop, allowing Anna to rejoice as she captures the bishop. Winning with an extra pawn, not necessarily so easy. That has been the story of the day. But winning with an extra bishop, on the other hand, that is significantly more easy, even if the computer says minus 4.5, even when you're just a pawn up or a bishop up. It's easier to win minus 4.5 when you have the bishop rather than the pawn. Unless she's playing Dina. Too soon, Chris. Way too soon. Accurate, but too soon. Oh, man. Anna had a game against Dina in Los Angeles with an extra bishop. And in some freak accident, she didn't manage to win. She blundered the bishop back and almost lost the game. Imagine losing that game where you had... Like, you guys are saying it's over when it's minus 4.5 in Anna's favor. I guess I had forgotten about that Dina situation. Maybe I'm contractually obliged not to talk about it, making the streamer look bad. Maybe there's a clause about that. But, yeah, that was a position where Anna was up like +7, according to the computers. And she still almost lost. And I'm just mentioning this because we have a lot of people in chat who's taking things for granted. Don't do that. Chess is difficult, and good moves are required throughout. Don't lose concentration. Both Dina and Anna were tilted after that game. I can only imagine. It was not their greatest showing of skill. Converting is a skill in its own. It really is, Topher. And yeah, I've been studying my games the last couple of years, and it's tilting me so much how I very often end up having good positions, and then when I'm trying to convert the good positions into wins, I get low on time, I make mistakes, I lose control of what's important, and my opponents keep escaping time and time again. Chess is hard when you don't have the computer telling you everything. Plenty of life left in this game. I mean, it's looking very good for Anna. I'm not dismissing that. It's looking amazing. It's just that she's up by 1 pawn, and the computer is giving her an advantage at 4.6 pawns. I'm not saying Anna is not winning. She is. I'm just saying that the computer's optimism is... It's more difficult than the computer's making it out to be, but it's not so difficult that she will not make it. I firmly believe she's going to win this game. It's just that the computer is not fully... I don't agree with the computer how easy it is. Queen to a3 or a5? Well, if you go queen to a5, it's kind of hiding behind its own pawns. The benefit of going queen to a3 is that you still have the influence of the queen along the third rank. Whereas if you go queen to a5, you have nothing going on here. Nothing going on, diagonally here. You're basically making your queen a rook on the edge of the board. And you'd rather have the queen pointing towards the bishop, the pawn, and the rook at the same time. It's basically just a test of seeing how many squares you're controlling and how many of those squares there are opposing pieces on. It's better to be threatening 3 of your opponent's pieces than it is threatening 1, which would be the case here. I gotta say, this is the first time I've seen an Anna Kemling game where she's actually playing reasonably fast through the opening. But what I didn't expect about this circumstance is that it kind of makes the middle game more gritty. Because then all the action actually kind of happened in the opening. And usually we have like 15 minutes per move in a situation where there are like 15 different moves to choose between, and it's exciting to check all the different options. But here there's one decent move and a pretty clear idea with what you're doing. And it makes the exploration for alternatives a bit less exciting than when the board is on fire and she has no time remaining. Catch up, she moved? Oh. Don't I have auto moves on my board? That's weird. Anyway, she did make the good move. Again. By the way, 98.4 accuracy. She's going to be very happy about that. Okay, let's have a discussion, chat. Whenever people are talking about the chess.com accuracy, people add a percentage to it. My opinion is that is complete nonsense. Even though the accuracy is on a scale from 1 to 100, it doesn't mean that it has to be a percentage. When you add on percentage to the chess.com accuracy, you make people believe that you were accurate in 80% of the moves or 98.4% of the moves. That is not what the score is saying. In fact, there was a study of top level chess in which the top chess players, the very, very best, played the computer's first choice in, I think it was like 78% of positions. And then having people coming in and saying they're playing at 98% just makes no sense to me. 98% what? Percent of something. It's not 98% of the computer's top choice. It's not 98% of good moves. Because then, if it was only counting how many percent of good moves you had, one terrible move would still keep your percentage high. But it's just still bad because one terrible move can completely ruin a game of chess. So the score says something about both how many good moves you make, but it also quantifies how bad the mistakes you make are. And my argument is that cannot be a percentage score, and that's why I always say 98.4, because I believe it's a point score rather than a percentage score. I agree with like 98% of what you just said. It's a percentage of accuracy over all your moves so far. No, it is not. I just explained to you why it's not. It has nothing to do with percentages. It's just a score from 1 to 100. It's not even a score from 1 to 100. You can get checkmated in 10 moves and still get a 50 score. It's a percentage of the 100 score. Yeah, but why wouldn't you just say the score then? If you follow main theory lines, you are still at 100%. No, you're at 100. What would be the meaning of the number if not a percent? It's just a number. Higher is better. Is this a new concept to you? More is better. And then 100 is max. I think you're reacting strangely to the 100 is max kind of thing. Because you can make exclusively bad moves and still get a 50 score. And then you can't say it's a 50% accuracy because I made 100% bad moves. Making it into percentage, it completely confuses what the tool is. Percent literally means out of 100. Yeah, but it confuses what the score tells you. Because it makes people believe that they made a certain percentage of good moves, which is not true. Which is not what is being calculated. Chat frustrating Hammer since day one. Yeah. I'm just not sure. I guess I'm surprising myself with the fact that this is the hill I choose to die on. Of all the frustrations chat has given me over the years, this is the one where I'm losing my marbles. And everyone's coming into chat telling me how I'm wrong when they're wrong. And they don't even understand it themselves. How is it calculated? I don't know. Okay, we gotta move. Bishop moves back. Attention, people. This has opened up between the queens. Do not blunder your queen. Take 20% deep breaths. Breaths. At least some people in chat are making funny jokes. You don't even have to agree with me, but the funny jokes is at least making me feel better about things. Queen trade now? I don't know. I think so, right? Because if there's not a queen trade, we're gonna lose the pawn in the middle. Although we can go with the queen here, and then we keep our queen in an attacking position and we defend the pawn. Actually, I might like this better. Yeah, I kind of like this move. Because if we make the queen trade, now we don't have that attack against the a2 pawn. Because the pawn is defended by the bishop. This is not a great bishop, but it's doing a good job of defending some stuff. Yeah, I'm liking this move. What about queen to a4? Queen to a4 is also okay because we're attacking the rook. And then if the rook moves away, we can defend afterwards. Ooh, but then the rook comes in together with a queen for a checkmate threat. Yeah, actually, maybe this is not great. We need to get this guy into the game before white does something crazy here. And we can't really get this guy in here at this point because then we're concerned about this pawn in the middle. Computer is still saying this is completely winning, but here Anna isn't even up a pawn. But the computer's just saying that it's obvious that if you move your queen into the heart of white's position, this will be winning for black. And it's kind of obvious when you know that the computer is telling you it's winning, right? But from afar, you'd rather not give away the pawn that you have extra. But actually this guy, we were talking about how this bishop was doing a good job defending the pawns. But here, actually, this bishop is getting trapped. Oh, never mind the bishop getting trapped. The rook is actually trapped. Wow. Oh, the bishop is making sure that the rook cannot escape as the... Wow, okay. Yeah, no, there's some tricky elements to the circumstances. What if, talking about being tricky, what about this move, rook to d2? I forgot about the queen. And I warned everyone. I was... darn. I did say that out loud. Watch out for the queen. Well, my idea was just that this rook cannot be captured because then I do the back rank checkmate, right? And then I was thinking if the queen captures the pawn in the middle. Yeah, look at the eval bar. Computer is very happy with this. Increasing the pressure, and if there's a trade, then bam. Once again, the back rank checkmate. The idea was decent. It's just, I forgot about, you know, this whole thing. Anna moved. Anna went queen a4. That was the move we said we did not like. Why did we not like it? Yeah, because now we're not sure how we're going to defend this pawn next. So the queen is attacking the white rook. White is going to avoid the rook being captured. And then I would like to avoid losing the pawn in the center of the board because I think this guy is pretty important. And then I said pawn to f6 to defend, but then, yeah, this was kind of unpleasant as white suddenly is making threats against the black position for the first time in, well, pretty much the entire game. Never play f6. Yeah. No wonder I'm having to fight with you, chat. Your chess expertise only stretches to memes. f6 is often a good move, let me tell you. Having 3 pawns protect each other up the board generally a good idea. Anna didn't go for the queen trade. Ooh, good observation. When Anna went for the queen trade 2 days ago, she absolutely crushed her opponent. But this time, even though she has an extra pawn at this stage, she didn't want to go for the trade. I don't really blame her though. We've been talking about for the last 2 hours how black only has an extra pawn. So realizing that this position with just one extra pawn is completely over is it's not super easy. So after queen to a4, Anna's opponent is thinking. We're gonna check in with the overview. Because there we have some developments. Inna on board 2, that's on the upper right. Inna is pointing in towards that black pawn in the middle of the board. She is gonna be able to capture that one on the next move. And that is hopefully gonna give her a winning position. Ooh, actually, Inna's previous move with the queen up here, that was kind of important. Imagine a scenario where Inna's queen was a bit further back on the board. Check this out. Here, black would be able to sacrifice their bishop in front of white's king. And then after the bishop sacrifice, you sacrifice the queen, giving up the queen and bishop one move after another. But the idea is that at the end of the variation, the pawn steps forward, check on the king, and attack on the rook. And when you take the rook, you give yourself a new queen there. And why am I mentioning this? I'm mentioning it because there's importance to the queen pointing towards the pawn in the middle, but there's also very important that now if black goes for that same crazy sacrifice here, the pawn steps forward, attack on the rook and attack on the king. It's so crucial that Inna has the ability to sacrifice her queen to stop that pawn in its tracks. So still very tricky position in Inna's game, but there are signs that suggest that she has stuff under control. Lavinia is about to score the win here. I was right that she was going to be the first to finish her game. She has an extra pawn here in the center. She can also win another pawn on the edge of the board now. Look at how her bishop is on the complete edge of the board, but still is one of the most important pieces here, as it threatens on the diagonal all the way down towards the black king. So Lavinia already up a pawn, but she's going to win another one on this move. And with it, the game. So that's 2-0 there for the white pieces. And then we have Anna who's winning. That's 3-0. And the only thing remaining then is Pia. Pia is the only player not in a winning position. The computer says she's slightly better because of her... I don't even know why at this point. It's because of her control of this C file, and I think also the potential for her knight to jump forward to the C4 square. But white is doing a good job defending, and part of that job is just she has all of these squares under control with the white pieces, so that Pia is struggling to benefit from having control on that open file. Pia now is trying to get her knight up to the c4 square. That makes complete sense to me. Pia's opponent is down to just 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Yeah, we're kind of very optimistic on Pia's board, despite her being the only one not with a winning advantage, just because she has a clear plan moving forward. Her knights are inserting themselves into white's half of the board, and her opponent is down to, well, it was 640, now it's 610. And it's still going down. And with such little time remaining, a mistake would be both appreciated but also expected. Anna's opponent has made her move, and like we predicted, because of the pressure against the rook has moved out of the way. And Anna now has a tricky decision to make on how to react to the pressure against the e5 pawn. The computer's top choice is queen to d4. And this feels wrong because it leaves the pressure against the a2 pawn on the side of the board. But on the other hand, the control here, keeping the e5 pawn protected, is so important that the computer still thought it was the best choice. But that's kind of why I didn't like this queen a4 move to begin with. This move I thought is a mistake because it doesn't keep the central pawn defended. And we could have done that with queen to b2. That would have kept things under control. And now instead, Anna may have to give up her central pawn while she's busy capturing the pawn on the edge of the board instead. So right now I'm expecting bishop takes pawn. I'm expecting the trade between the bishops and then the white queen capturing in the center. The good news for Anna is that she now has 2 pawns with a clear path forward to try and become a new queen. The bad news is that white gets a very nicely centralized queen in the middle of the board. And maybe that queen can create some tricks that makes black's ability to convert to a win somewhat more difficult. Anna, 20 minutes. Clear is at 8 minutes. So Anna still has the time advantage. How does f6 look? Well, the problem with this f6 move, that was my first instinct, but I'm not a fan of allowing the rook entry to make put pressure in towards the black king. The black king has been super safe this entire game, and it feels unnecessary to allow, even just allow a checkmate threat to happen. Computer is saying this is winning as well, but not as winning as all the alternatives we have had in the past. We're gonna go to Pia's game because Pia is no longer the only Swede not winning her game. Because now the computer believes she's got this under control. But that's harsh. Pawn to a6. Computer says that was a big mistake. And I genuinely don't understand what was so terrible about this. And then it says the only good move for black in return is rook to b8, and that is precisely what Pia did. which is why she got an exclam on that move. I think she's preparing to go with the knight forward. And then she didn't do it immediately because then after the trade, there's no attack against the b2 pawn. So first she chose to get her rook involved so that, you know, if the king comes in, now you go forward. And the trade now is beneficial for black because the knight and rook are working together to capture a very important white pawn. Not an obvious mistake by any means from white, but it was a mistake that Pia exploited by finding the correct response in just 2 minutes. And now Sweden is winning on every single board. And the competition for being the first one to take down their opponent is suddenly wide open. Because right now, suddenly, I think Pia is the favorite. I think it's between Pia and Lavinia to take down their opponent first. And it frankly depends on their pace. Because both Lavinia and Pia's opponent are down to 4 minutes. Another question mark move from Pia's opponent. Pia now can go knight to c4. That was the plan with her previous move. She's targeting the pawn on b2. And if that pawn pushes forward to attack both the knights, then Pia is supposed to capture the pawn on the side of the board, giving up her knight, allowing a situation where white gets to capture both the knights in return for a rook. But then the only reason this is good for black is because at the end of the variation, the rook comes in to attack both the bishops and you can't protect both of them at the same time. No, you can protect both the bishops. But after you protect both the bishops, black suddenly gets this pawn on the edge of the board. That's impossible to stop and becomes a new queen. That is super tricky. Okay, I'm taking back everything I said. That is not obvious whatsoever. And at the same time, the computer says knight up to c4 is the only winning move for Pia. I just looked at the computer's evaluation and I thought it was easy. I made the mistake I've been trying to tell you guys not to make. But there was nothing easy about that whatsoever. And I think Pia's going to have to think about this for a little bit. In the meantime, we're going to go check in with Anna. Because Anna, look at this. She understood the importance of keeping the d4, the e5 pawn protected. Well done her. Centralizing her queen in the process. After pawn to h4, white tries to create an escape square for the king. And now Anna brings in the rook from the corner. That's 2 green star moves in a row. And she's going to be able to trade off the rooks. And why is that a good thing? It's a good thing because then the bishop is going to be a target. The queen is going to come in and put pressure on white's bishop. And because the white bishop is being blocked by its pawn in 2 directions. Yeah, and this was better than just going after that pawn immediately, because that would have just been a trade of pawns. Whereas what Anna is doing right now is she's going after the bishop. She's hoping she'll be able to capture the full bishop in the future, instead of just grabbing the pawn that the bishop was defending. Shar, thank you for the 21 months. Oh, 21 months tier 3. That is a big sub right there. Okay, queen to a3. That is somewhat annoying because that kind of ruins my entire queen to b2 plan. Ooh, but we can still go queen to d2. And here it's very important that if white tries to trade off the rooks, then we don't have to recapture immediately. We can first capture the other white rook, because that puts a check on the white king. And after the king moves, then we take the rook, and then we have an extra rook. Maybe Anna is winning the competition for who finishes first. Queen to d2, that's a tough move to face. Sacrifice in this game. Everything is happening at the same time right now. Ina's opponent sacrificed her bishop. We talked about how this was a potential thing Ina had to watch out for. But because Ina has her queen in the position where the queen is still influencing along the second rank, this should be okay. Oh, it's scary. It's very scary. If Ina now captures the pawn on e4 with her queen, then the black queen will attack together with the knight on the opposite side, threatening checkmate. Why is this not over? I'm confused. Ooh, but then Ina can use her knight, capture the pawn, prevent the checkmate, but then black can sacrifice their rook, taking away the knight, renewing the checkmate threat, and if white captures the rook, then it's game over. But it turns out here Ina can go with her queen, check on the king, but also threatening the queen, forcing the trade of queens, and thereby winning the game. Because at the end of all of these captures, Ina would have an extra pawn. At the end of that, you know, you were kind of thinking that Ina was going to have like a big advantage somehow. Her opponent gave away a bishop and then, you know, Ina captured 2 pawns in a row. But having an extra pawn is good enough to win a game of chess. Just ask Anna. So yeah, this is still very, very complicated. Ina only has 10 minutes to find the right defense here. Honestly, that is not super easy. But okay. Yeah, there's quite a bit of trickiness going on still there. Lavinia is, yeah, Lavinia's game is over. She is putting, yeah, Lavinia is gonna win the who wins first competition. She's putting the pressure in towards the pawn in the center. Ooh, but that pawn actually is defended now. But now maybe queen up here and you have pressure. Well, you have pressure everywhere, essentially. Lavinia has 96.2 accuracy right now. That's pretty good considering how tricky the game has been. Okay, and also Pia has played that great move that I thought was pretty tricky to find. Okay, let's check in with Pia. Honestly, not pawn to b3 is a very tricky move to face. I'm very impressed if Pia has figured out all of this, even though she only spent 6 minutes on that move. Let's jump further on to Anna. Anna has chosen to trade the rooks. Okay. How does that help us? Okay, we gotta watch out here a little bit because the white queen is attacking our pawn right now. If that pawn is captured, we're not even up a pawn at that stage. Oh gosh, the rook is trapped. Wow. Now, if queen to d2, there's pressure on the rook. And if the rook moves, the bishop comes in and the pressure continues. And if you don't move the rook, if you just keep everything defended here on the king's side, then pawn to b4 attacks the queen and makes sure that the queen no longer can attack or defend the rook. Although the queen can defend the rook. But then you go for the queen trade and white's pawns are even worse than they were already. And they were pretty bad to begin with. Okay. So we're hoping for queen to d2 here. That would be a good move. In the meantime, in Pia's game, Pia's opponent has played this pawn to b3 move, attacking both the knights at the same time. And Pia had not figured out that incredible variation where the computer gives away 2 knights for a rook and then doesn't win anything back, but somehow manages to lure a pawn on the edge of the board to becoming a new queen. That was... I cannot explain enough how tricky that was. But instead, Pia has captured the bishop in the middle of the board. Computer didn't like that, but after pawn takes knight on the edge, computer is back in Pia's good graces. Because now this knight is just jumping around, attacking everything. The knight is attacking too much, which means it has to be taken out. But after bishop takes, the rook comes in attacking on the knight, and the knight can run away, but then Pia finally will manage to win a pawn on the edge of the board. And just like Anna, that extra pawn is going to be enough to decide the game. It's just going to make its way forward to become a new queen. And Anna, in the meantime, has played queen to d2. Planning this pawn to b4 plan. And white just has nothing good to do against it. If the rook tries to move forward, then the queen can just come in, give a check on the king, while at the same time attacking the bishop. So the rook cannot go forward. It can try to go to the side, but then it just gets chased back to the position it had. And then we can do this pawn to b4. So, yeah, that could be it. I guess the biggest concern right now is Inna. Because even though computer is liking Inna's position, she needs to play accurately in defense. Oh, and in the meantime, Inna has done just that. Inna has a knight and a bishop in trade for a rook. And she has the eval bar way up, almost exclusively white. So it would seem she's got things under control. Speaking of under control, Lavinia just won a third pawn. So that's game over right there. It's going to be a 4-0 sweep. Lavinia won a third pawn. Pia just won a first pawn, but quite an important one. And Anna is about to convince her opponent into going into an endgame, which is, let's just say, not favorable for white. A very good day at the office. I think we're going to follow Anna's game for the last decisive minutes, but chat, you're going to need to let me know as the results come rolling in. I'm expecting all 4 results to be decided in the next 15 minutes. Lavinia won. Okay, it's starting. 1-0. What happens if queen to c3 for white? If this queen trade, Anna is happy to acquiesce to that queen trade because it would lure the white rook away from the bottom rank, allowing black to come in afterwards with a check on the king while attacking the bishop. And then very important in this calculation is that there's no back rank checkmate on the black king because the bishop, fortunately, has that square under control. Okay, we're gonna need a decision here soon from Claire. One minute remaining. What about queen to c5? Ooh, that's a good point. Yeah, that's probably the best move because then you can keep the protection of your rook without getting hit by the pawn attacking you. There is a problem though. After queen here, black can go pawn to h5, just giving some space for the king. And the idea here is that then the rook can come in, attack the queen, and if the queen moves, the rook is lost behind it. But it's very important to give your king space first, because if you go after the queen immediately, that leads to a back rank checkmate. So in general, I think it would be good for Anna, just get some air for the king. Just a little escape hatch. That's probably nice. Okay, queen to e3 played. Let's go for the endgame. It worked 2 rounds ago, and then Anna didn't even have an extra pawn. Here she has an extra pawn and the massively superior pawn structure. Double isolated pawns in the center, isolated pawn on the right side, control of the open file, and importantly in this, she needs to create some space for the king, and then she can go with the rook. And actually here, if white goes for the counterattack, you can always, because the bishop, the fact that the bishop is still on the board is a massive problem for white, because now you always have to keep your rook close to the bishop to keep the bishop safe. Freck coming in with a sub. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to the overview. Lavinia has won. Ina's opponent is trying to trade rooks. Ina has the advantage because she has a knight and a bishop in trade for a rook. But I'm not fully understanding why the computer is so happy with her position. Like, she's definitely better, but I would feel more safe about Ina's position if her king had less opposing pieces in the vicinity. Go to Pia. We'll check in with Pia. There's been some developments. So we talked about this situation where Pia could move the knight to c2, and she did, obviously. That knight was attacking everything, so it had to be captured, but then the rook comes in, pressure on the knight has to move, and at the end of all of this trickery, there's suddenly a white pawn that's undefended, the black bishop well positioned to capture it, and now Pia has this extra pawn trying to make its way down the board. Rook to e3 is a devious trap. If Pia pushes her pawn forward, the rook can sacrifice itself against the bishop, and then white would have an extra knight. As it turns out, this would still be winning for Pia, but she found a just as good a move, if not better. She goes rook check on the king, and if the rooks trade, the bishop comes in, attacks both the rook and the pawn. Instead, Pia's opponent returns with the rook. A trade is made. Ooh, I don't really like this. I don't like this at all, because now the white knight is coming to the c2 square and potentially chasing the bishop. The bishop returns voluntarily, but now the white king can come in towards the center, and anytime Pia tries to get her pawn forward, that pawn will be blocked by the white rook. Oh, but how stable is this? The black king can run up on the edge of the board to chase the rook out of its defensive positioning. Okay, so should still be winning for Pia. I feel like she made it a bit trickier than it needed to be. But getting the win at the end, that's the only thing that matters after all. Is there a rest day tomorrow? No. There's one rest day for the entire tournament, and that's on Tuesday. Let's return to the overview. Anna still thinking about whether she wants to go into the endgame with an extra pawn. Not really showing that same endgame confidence we saw 2 rounds ago. Inna is down to 2 minutes on the clock. She does have a winning position, but it's always a bit sketchy when you get really low on time. I would really like to see Anna just make a decision and go into the endgame right now. Don't be scared of the endgame. Okay, here we go. The trade has come in. She made the decision. White has terrible pawn placements. And now I want to see the king getting involved. Okay. Pawn to h5 was the computer's top choice to get the king up here. Getting the king in towards the middle is just as good. Not a problem at all. Same kind of idea. making sure there's no back rank checkmate so that the rook can invade afterwards. And now Anna's plan should be pretty straightforward. Just move her rook up and then start capturing pawns. Okay, the pawn is on a3. Out of reach for our rook at the moment, but not forever. Rook here and rook here seems good. Also rook here, and if the king moves up, we can go rook b2. And then we're attacking the bishop so that the rook cannot... Because otherwise, if the rook could go up here and defend everything, that could be a bit annoying. But that's why it's very useful for us to have the pressure against the bishop while we're going pawn chasing. Because even then, if the bishop moves, we'll be able to just... As long as we can get to that third rank, we're going to be able to attack everything at the same time. Question mark move on PS board. The rook tried to block the pawn from getting further forward. That was a logical move. But the black king will now arrive to chase the rook out of its blockading position. Anna has played rook d2. Good move. The rook is either going to go after this pawn or the a pawn on the edge of the board. White cannot defend against both of those threats at the same time. "20 seconds remaining for Claire. The king moves. The idea behind this is that if the rook now attacks the pawn on e3, White's rook will be able to defend both of these pawns at the same time. That wasn't available previously. She couldn't do this immediately because then the rook would come in and attack both the king and the bishop. So she moves the king to make sure that there's no double attack on king and bishop, and then she's preparing to go rook to c3 next. This is why I like the move rook b2 here. Because by targeting the bishop, we're making sure that the rook has to stay put while we make our way to this b3 square to attack both to the left and to the right. Okay, I'm gonna check in with Inna, because right now a 4-0 sweep is looking probable. Ooh, Inna has managed to trade off some of Black's attacking pieces. I'm liking this a lot. She had to give up one of her pawns, so now Inna has 2 bishops in trade for a rook and a pawn. But look at the power of her pieces. And Inna just moved her queen up in the center of the board. She's attacking a pawn on the left side as well as threatening checkmate in towards the black king. I'm confident Inna is going to win that. In the meantime... moves in Anna's game. Sorry. Anna did play rook to b2. That's the move I was looking for. Making sure that the white rook has to stay put. Claire tries to move the bishop. The bishop now controls the b3 square, preventing our plan A. But it's okay, because we got a nice plan B Plan B is moving the rook to the a2 square, which is now made available by the fact that the bishop moved away. Previously, the bishop was controlling that square, and we couldn't use it. But we tried to use this one, luring the bishop out of position, and then boom, we go here instead. Same idea, just getting at those white pawns, and there's nothing at all white can do about it. Would trading bishops be better? There is no bishop trade available here. I mean, you can try and trade bishops, but white can just say no, and then they get their rook to the c3 square. I don't see the point of that. Rook a2. Let's go. Just go after the pawn. How is Sweden doing in the tournament so far? So far, 2 match wins and 1 loss against France. But there's going to be another good opponent, I think, tomorrow, because this is about to be a 4-0 sweep of Albania. Pawn to a4. The pawn was lost anyway, so white is trying to give it away in such a method that it ruins the pawn structure. But honestly, I don't care. I would just take that one. Computer doesn't like it, but just take it. Why not? Bishop moves. Then we move the rook. Clear path for the pawn. Easy peasy. Also good is pawn to b4. That's the computer's favorite. Computer even likes rook to a3, just going after this one again. That one I don't really understand though. Has Pia lost yet? Yes. Pia lost against the French #1 player yesterday. The only player not to lose so far is Inna. And if she completes her win right now, she's going to be on 3.5 points out of 4. Very good. Okay, Anna played the top choice. She's just racing her pawn forward, trying to become a new queen. Does the Olympiad count for ELO? Yes. So ELO is a different word for rating. And the Chess Olympiad is rated in the World Chess Federation system. One of the most important ones, you could argue. Now you can't play b3? Why not? Push him. In the words of the great Yasser Seirawan. Push him. Passed pawns, just get them further forward to become new queens. Anna is down to 2.5 minutes now. Her opponent's been playing very quickly, and that's not too strange because she doesn't really have anything to lose. And Anna feels like she has something to lose, right? Because she's been winning now for a very long time. And she wants to get this right. And the way to do that is getting yourself a new queen. Good move. And now the final two moves of the game could be rook up. I think this makes sense, trying to capture the pawn on a6. And here, interestingly, pawn to b2, I think would be a big mistake. Because then after the rook moves over, it's actually kind of difficult to help your pawn becoming a new queen. Because your rook needs to defend the pawn, while the rook kind of also needs to help the pawn advance further. Rook b1, on the other hand, that's not doing much. Anna can now just take this pawn, and if white captures the black pawn, then Anna can just force the trade of the rooks. This is very easy. Just trade the rooks, and then you move your bishop up here. And now the bishop is controlling all the squares that needs to be controlled as you guide your pawn forward to become a new queen. Very easy method. The white bishop can only intercept you on the light squares, which is why we prioritize getting the bishop to control the remaining light squares as we make our way up. No need to make it difficult, just take the pawn. Yes, let's go. Good play. That's the killer. That's the game. And now rook to b4 should force a resignation. I mean, she's gonna win if she trades and starts capturing, but rook here is cleaner, more lethal, more accurate, and she does go for that. Trade between the rooks, and she doesn't go bishop b3. It doesn't matter, but I mean, come on. She could have just gone here and the pawn would have just promoted. But no, had to make it tricky. Pawn forward. The bishop now controls the square that the pawn wanted to use next. So instead of just rushing the pawn over to the other side, Anna is going to have to take a detour with the king to make it happen. Which means we get a couple of king moves coming in that weren't technically necessary, but it's not going to change the result. Calculated, extending the stream like a true streamer. Man, these streamer priorities, huh? How many percentages does it take from her accuracy? Oh my god. I'm banning you from my chat, Petrolix. Just the dagger to my heart. I don't have veto and ban power in Anna's chat. But if you are one of my viewers as well, that is, you should be more careful about using the word percent. Because then I do have some power. Okay, Anna's gonna win this game. Her king and bishop are working together to help the pawn get further forward. She took a bit of a detour, I would say, but that is just my grandmaster accuracy heart taking a bit of a... let's check how it's going with the others in the meantime. Inna has 2 bishops pointing towards the black pawns on the far side of the board. That is some good strategy from her. Inna is gonna win that game easily at this stage, and she's also gotten more time. And speaking of winning, it's confirmed. Anna has her 3rd win of the tournament. An endgame. Again. Why does it say she lost? Oh. Well, it's wrong. I can't fix that on my end, but she won. Did Anna resign? Are you guys making fun? What do you think is more likely? Anna resigning a completely winning position? Or something with these boards that are buggy all the time went wrong? She clearly resigned? Yeah, because it says so on the internet. And the internet never lies. She misevaluated the position. Yeah, it happens. Up a pawn in the end game. Let's check in with yeah, I don't know who to check in with now. It's gonna be 4-0. Although Pia is being kind of inaccurate. Let's go to Pia. Pia was thinking here that if she can get her king to the c3 square, this is over. But White has a very good defensive move here. Rook to a1. And now if the king moves forward, it is indeed over, but not in the way we were hoping. Oh, I gotta update the score. Almost forgot. It is over, but not in the good way. That is a checkmate on the black king. So if the rook moves back, Pia's best move, according to the engine, is moving the king back. But then you're just moving back and forth, which is a bit disappointing. She can also go with the bishop up here. Yeah, that's much better. And then you get your bishop here. And there's no checkmate because you can block with the bishop. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. I'm not very concerned. Is every single game at the Olympiad played on these digital boards? I think they are. It requires a lot of tech and wiring and whatnot. But I think every board is being broadcast. Is Anna interview coming? She hasn't reached out just yet. Aren't they wireless? I don't think so. Maybe she's taking the loss very hard. The worst thing is there's some people in chat who's actually believing the trolls that Anna lost the game. I cannot I cannot program chess.com into showing the right thing. But I did put 2-0 on, the scene of the stream I'm doing. So who do you want to trust? The stream that says Sweden Albania 2-0, or a hammer? No, or chess.com's automated stuff. Okay, Inna is about to win a pawn. Inna is gonna play the move bishop to e3. Yeah, I didn't even have time to do the arrows before she did it. Inna's bishops are threatening 2 pawns at the same time. And that means it's a bye-bye to those. Well, at least one of them. Why does the Chess Olympiad website say Anna lost? It does not, though. It's just saying the same thing. This is such a classic thing. There's actually a good episode of the newsroom where in journalism you're supposed to preferably have at least 2 different sources for the news. And there's this episode in which a congresswoman is attacked, and some news organizations declare her dead. But what happened was that they were just one news organization was saying she died, and then everyone else was just copying what they said. And that's kind of what you guys are doing now, though under somewhat less serious circumstances. You're quoting the same source that she lost as the one that's mistaken that we're looking at. Until someone has, what I would believe? The chess results website. If the chess results website says Anna lost, or if Anna herself comes on stream and says she lost the game, then I swear I will believe it. But as long as it's only chess.com's relay of the game, you guys are not, yeah. You guys are just not only, just trust me. I really don't understand the concept of you guys not. You're just listen to what I'm saying. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go off this then. I can't go here either. Okay, I guess we're just gonna sit and watch Pia's game then. I actually need Anna to get her freaking cell phone right now. Just to stop chat from bugging the heck out of me. In the final position, the computer says Anna has an advantage of 7.4 pawns. Also, Anna made the previous move. The way of playing chess is you make a move, your opponent resigns. You don't make a move with a pawn extra and then resign the game. Oh, gosh. How do we know Anna is telling the truth? Oh, the world today, huh? I always thought this expression they made, the post-truth society, I always thought that was such a weird expression, but I'm starting to understand it now. Hammer needs a drink. I don't drink, but yeah, kind of. Farsh, let's go. 10 gifted. Okay, I'm writing a very angry message to Anna. I need you on stream to explain to chat you didn't resign in a completely winning position. She's not gonna understand anything. She's gonna be like, why do I need to clarify that? What are you on about? Swede with a 10 gifted subs. So let's go. That's a very angry message. I've written angrier. Okay. PS opponent did not move the rook back. But then this is doing nothing to stop Pia's plan of going king c3. And then after king c3, she can go bishop here. I'm not sure what Pia's opponent's idea is. Bishop here? I guess you can attack the bishop. If I'm freaky right now, can I just sacrifice the bishop? Allow you to capture it, and then I have a clear path for the pawn? Computer says this is good. Yeah, Pia's gonna win the game, but it's gonna take another couple of minutes. Was it Anna actually playing? Yeah, no, who can tell? Because it's not like we don't have cams. It could be anyone. But the thing is, with your logic that Anna has lost this game because it says she lost on chess.com, you can't then go and say maybe it's not Anna playing because her face is on chess.com. I'm looking at it right now. Big picture, well, small picture of Anna right here. This determines 100% that she played the game, according to your logic. No, I'm just saying this is your logic. You can't change your logic. You have to remain stupid in the same way. I am genuinely upset she's not on call right now. Is Budapest a real city? It's not. Actually, that's the worst thing. It's not a real city. It's two cities on different sides of the river. Buda and Pest. Is Europe a continent? No, it's not. It's literally completely stuck with the entirety of Asia. We just decided to just cut it in half at some arbitrary line. Is Earth even a planet? I don't know. I mean, in the current observable universe, we're a planet, but maybe there's some like gigantic monstrosities that we don't even know about these days. You know, the way that we said, oh, Pluto is no longer a planet because it's too small? Maybe sometime, many million years from now, we're gonna discover some gigantic things. And they're gonna say, no, Earth is not a planet. You're too small. Is Earth even round? That one I think is settled. Don't go too crazy, chat. PS board? Yeah. Have you ever been to Buda or Pest? No. I have not. Well, no, actually, yes, I have. But just in transit. I played a tournament at the Balaton Lake. And in order to get there, we took a train from Budapest, I think. Pia resigned? Yeah. I mean, I'm dumb, but I'm not that dumb. Okay, the longer Anna is not sending me a message on Discord, the longer I'm wondering if I've just made, fun of chat mistakenly. There's no way she resigned. Well, obviously she didn't resign. But, maybe something fell out of her. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they discovered her watch. Apparently there was a game yesterday where they had an anti-cheating check and they found some kind of electronic device. And then one of the players were forfeited. And the thing is, it was probably just someone who had something innocent that has nothing to do with chess. And they forgot and then yeah. It was a SIM card? Wow. Okay. I'm not gonna be doing a lot of talking because frankly you guys have exhausted me. The lack of the lack of reach, logical reasoning has with you guys. It's been troubling. But since I'm not gonna do a lot of talking, I'm gonna leave it up to this one. Hey,
Hello.
so how was your loss?
My loss.
Yeah, it must have been devastating. It looked like you were so close to winning.
I didn't lose. I won. I obviously
You
won.
won! That is absolutely shocking information. How could you
I
have
have seen
won?
it.
The internet said you lost, and the internet never lies.
I have no idea why it says on chess.com that I have lost. It is the greatest mystery on earth. I am like slightly panicking right now, but I know 100% that we put the kings right. I made sure of this. I always make sure of this when I win because I want no problems. I put the
Do you
kings
want to
myself
explain
on the
what you
dark
mean by
squares.
putting the kings right?
Well, I put them on the dark squares. So I put the kings on the dark squares, and then I even made sure every very closely to the score sheet, and I made sure that it said 0-1. So I do not know why it says that I lost. I want to make an appeal here.
It actually says that you won now, which is so typical because after me having to listen to chat going Anna lost for freaking 30 minutes straight, now they corrected it.
Wait, chat, did you think I lost? Did you actually believe that I lost? What?
I think they were just making me crazy.
Poor Hammer. How can I lose that? It is the most winning position ever.
That's what I said, and then they said, "Oh, she lost. Oh my god." Oh.
Okay, all right. Well, I won, everybody, and I'm really happy with the game. I think this is a good game. Like, it felt like I just slowly, like, was getting better
Slowly?
and better and better. Okay, immediately, maybe. I mean, she blundered in the opening, I guess.
It was kind of like one move and it went from a draw to a win just like that.
What do you mean a draw? How would it be a draw?
Well, when you play d5,
Mm-hmm.
you're trading off her only weakness, right? So we had an
What?
interesting discussion about this. That I said I thought d5 was a mistake from you because even though it trades off your pawn weakness, the backward pawn, it
Uh-huh.
also trades off the only problem in her position. Because she's struggling with her bishop because the bishop is being blocked by the pawn in the center of the board.
But I'm gonna play f5 hammer, and it's gonna be blocked anyways. And then I'm gonna go f5, f4, f3, checkmate somehow. I mean, my
Yeah,
pawn has to
okay.
go f5.
Yeah, I don't think that would have worked, but sure.
But doesn't this look fun? I mean, I thought I at least have equalized immediately in the opening.
Yeah,
Like, I thought
no,
this was
you
fine.
definitely equalized. I just don't think this is as amazing for you as you maybe think it is.
So what should I have done instead of d5? Should I go on f5 or what?
No, F5. You missed the entire point. The pawn on
Sorry.
E4 is standing in the way of the white bishop. You don't want to trade that away because then the bishop comes to life.
Okay. Sorry. My mistake. So what do you want me to do, Hammer? Just like rook d8 or something?
I don't know. Rook B8? Go B4, A5?
What about my a6 pawn? Oh, okay, a5, b4, okay.
Something like that. Computer wanted
Okay.
H6 followed by Rook B8. I don't know what this H6 is about, but just put in general, just putting your pawns on the dark squares and then see what happens. But D5 worked out very nicely though. D4 was. I'm shocked how incredibly strong D4 was. Like it looks good, but that it's just instantly winning, I think was pretty surprising.
Yeah, I spent some time thinking here because at first I was kind of considering maybe b4 instead, but then I was like, wait, b4, then maybe she can just take on d5 and then she activates her bishop and then yeah, I don't know. So I just thought d4 just makes all the sense in the world, and then but then okay, after queen g3, actually I'm not sure if queen c5 was the right move. Maybe I should have taken the pawn.
I think Queen C5 was good.
Because I thought if I take the pawn, maybe she will easily go wrong, because I thought if takes, she takes on e5. That's why she went there. And then I thought rook d8. And then I thought she cannot take on c3. So she has to go rook d1. And then I thought that I could go b4 after rook d1. And then I thought this is just winning, because if she takes on c3, I have f6. But I'm not sure. Maybe it's not right.
F6 Queen A5, computer says.
I didn't see queen a5. Yeah, but I thought this was a bit messy, so I thought queen c5 just keeps everything together, which was like...
Yeah, no, I like Queen C5. I like that you protected the E5 pawn. I was a big fan of trying to hold on to that pawn. That's a general rule.
Okay.
Yeah. And after that, you played it well.
Yeah, there thought take the pawn, and then yeah, rook d8. I didn't want to play rook c8 because I thought maybe she will have some a4 stuff, so I wanted to keep my rook on a8.
Yeah, no, that's very accurate. We were actually talking about that, how moving the rook away from the defense of the a6 pawn could become a problem with the bishop on the diagonal. That's a very good observation.
So rook d8, and then okay, I'm not sure if queen a3 or queen d4 is better, but yeah.
No, what you did is excellent. I preferred queen b2 over queen a4, but...
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Computer also says that the queen trade is -5, which is just incredible when you're only up a pawn.
I didn't realize it was that winning. I thought it was -2 or something. And I thought, okay, probably I win this endgame, but I kind of wanted to win the a pawn. And she was low on time, and I thought this would be easier to win. But yeah, I don't know. I wanted to win the a pawn because then I thought it was instantly winning.
Yeah, but then you made the decision to abandon the a pawn when you played queen d4.
Because I realized that I wanted to play f6 first, and I just missed because I thought rook c6, I have rook d1. But I just missed that she has rook c7 after f6, so I can't play it. Or maybe I can, but I just didn't want to give her the... Yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I said as much.
Yeah. So I thought, okay, I have to go queen d4, but then I'm controlling the position now with the queen on d4 and and everything.
And same thing as with the queen c5 move, right? You're prioritizing keeping the pawn on e5 because as long as you have this pawn, she can never push her pawn forward, which means that her bishop is just completely stuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the disadvantage of going after the a2 pawn was that will allow her to trade off a bishop that was... I mean, you basically just were going after the bishop nonstop afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. But I was gonna say, Hammer, are you proud of my time management today?
let me ask you this. Is it true that you've said that you hate the Sveshnikov?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I love
You
playing it.
need to have a chat with your chat because they're feeding me false information and then not believing me when I'm telling them the correct information.
Well, listen, maybe I hated it when I didn't know enough theory in it, but now I've played it for so long that I feel like I do know most of the ideas in the Sveshnikov. Like, that's my main Sicilian. So
Yeah.
I feel very comfortable with just the plans with it.
Yeah, no, you executed the plans very well. And
It's
I
nice and
mean, you
comfortable.
executed them very well, and you had an advantage after 16 moves. And you
Mm.
had played 16 moves and spent 6 minutes.
I know. It felt amazing. I have never felt this good. I was like, what do I do with an hour 15? Like, I literally was asking myself. I was like, this is completely insane. Okay, maybe I spent some time later, but I didn't think it was that bad to spend time on certain occasions because I felt like I had to calculate what was going on. But then the game was pretty easy to play, I think.
Yeah, no, it was a very good game. Is
I'm
it true
happy.
that she was just what 14, 13?
Yes, and she gave me a gift. It was so kind of her. She gave me like a little gift before the game. She was so nice. Unfortunately, her gift broke. She gave me a magnet from Albania, which is really nice, but it broke in two, I think, in the suitcase. At first, I thought this was part of the design, but I don't think
Oh,
so
you
anymore.
didn't break it. It was
No,
already broken.
it was already broken. I
Okay.
promise I didn't break it. So yeah, it's unfortunately it's broken, but I do appreciate the gift. It was very kind of her. And then I
Do
also got
you
like a
give
little.
Swedish gifts to your opponents?
No, we don't. But to be fair, they only gave it to me, so I they weren't giving it to everyone. So I'm very grateful. Look, I got a little Albanian flag as well. I thought that was cute. So yeah, maybe I should bring them I should bring them some Swedish candy to everyone. That's what I'm gonna. That's what I'm gonna do in the future before the games at the Olympiad. I'm gonna bring 11 packages of Ljungelvrål and just have the spiciest, what's the word? Licorice candy to give my opponents before the game.
Are you gonna warn them or are you just gonna give it to them here?
I'll ask them to try it. I'll say, hey, this is a specialty in Sweden. You know, you'll be tired during the game. Have a little bit of sugar. And then they'll have the taste in their mouth during the whole game. I love young and Roldock, but yeah.
It sounds
um,
like an acquired taste.
it is. It is an acquired taste. But is my mom winning, by the way? She is, right?
Yeah.
I haven't checked.
4-0.
Oh, Inna's winning as well?
Yeah, for hours.
The opponent offered a draw and then she declined.
Yeah, she probably wanted to win because she was doing very well.
Yeah. But I'm happy 4-0 is like an amazing result against them. Like,
They have had now 4 matches and every match went 4-0.
Like, but they've also gone 4-0, no? Like,
They won 2 and lost 2.
So it's all in or nothing. Okay. That's kind of crazy. Can we put up my mom's position, or is it done already?
It would require some trickery on my end.
Okay.
Oh, I'm able. There you go.
Oh, look at that! What a pro you are. Okay. Oh, it's +10. Yeah, that's gonna end at any point. That pawn is just.
Yeah.
That is.
I think she's just gonna push the pawn now.
Yeah, the opponent will resign now, I think. Yeah. Okay. That is amazing. And in this position, can we put it up really quickly? I just want to see it.
That one I cannot do as easily, but let me trick around a bit.
Okay.
Ina's already done. She won.
Okay. Nice. Yay! We win 4-0, everybody. Big clap.
Oh,
That is amazing.
sorry, you disappeared now because I was doing trickery.
It's okay. MK Sweet, thank you so much for gifting 10 subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. All right, Hammer. Well, I guess it's time to celebrate. I'm gonna go downstairs and have some dinner. Margot, who's the reserve of the team, she was like, Anna, you won, right? That was the first thing she told me when she saw me. And I was like, yes. And she was like, oh, I almost had a heart attack. And I was like, do not worry, Margot. We got it. We got it. Okay, amazing.
Wow, Margot is a chatter. Who knew?
She she is. Maybe she was watching the stream, you know? Actually, she might have been.
Maybe, but then in that case, I was saying to everyone, this is just nonsense. Of course, Anna won this game, and no one was listening to me.
I'm sorry, Hammer.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Pia's opponent just resigned.
Okay,
It's
everybody.
official, 4-0.
4-0, amazing day for Sweden. 4-0 against Albania. All right, we come back tomorrow. Same time as today, everybody. Thank you so much, Hammer, for the commentary. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching the stream, both Twitch and YouTube. You are all very appreciated. I'm going to go and raid somebody, so don't go anywhere. Also, if you're on YouTube, then please watch the recaps that I've been posting. I'm showing a little bit of the behind the scenes every day. So who do I raid?
Are you showing the city bikes?
The city bikes?
Yeah. I guess they are all the rage now after Magnus yesterday.
Oh, really?
He took a city bike to the venue and almost lost the game because he was too late.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. It was very funny. It was Photo Chess that helped him get in because he didn't even have his accreditation or anything.
Sounds like typical. People in chat said that you were pretty good at orienteering.
Oh yes, Hammer. It's my favorite pastime apart from chess. I orienteer all the time. It's my favorite thing in the world. Okay, everyone. Oh, it's the person I'm sending Danish. Okay, whatever. I know Edlin. She's a friend of mine. She's awesome. She's playing the Olympiad. Go and send her some love, okay? Thank you so much, everybody, for watching the stream. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye. Okay.